Hey everyone, welcome back to the stream. Great to see Simple Markers, Darth Blazer, and Pale Purple returning. Glad you could join us again for some awesome racing action with the AI cars. Get ready for some exciting races ahead. Welcome back, Elite 403. So glad you could join us again. Grab a seat and enjoy the race. Sure. Did you know that many supercars from 2010 and up are equipped with advanced aerodynamics that can change during a race? They have adjustable wings and diffusers that increase downforce when needed, helping them stick to the road at high speeds and allowing for better cornering. It's like having a car that adapts to every turn. Welcome back, Dale Pack 41. Great to see you return. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races with us. Hey there. Welcome back to the stream. I'm so glad you could join us again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now. Make yourself comfortable and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your car is almost up. Make sure you get your choices in before it's too late. Don't miss out on the fun. Hey there, Throbby Rob. Welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We're about to watch some exciting AI race action, so settle in and enjoy the show. Wow, this is a really interesting matchup. The Zenvos T1 is known for its incredible speed and raw power, but the Koenigsegg Agera S is also a beast with excellent handling and top-tier performance. Considering the Auto Club Speedway's high-speed corners and long straightaways, I think the Agera RS might have a slight edge thanks to its balanced design and aggressive aerodynamics. But Gina's Zenvo isn't to be underestimated. It's going to be an exciting race to watch. Welcome back, Komodo Freak. Great to see you returning to the race. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car action today. Welcome back, Kajishu. So glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Thanks so much to TTB Lord of the Jungle for requesting this race. The action is underway at Auto Club Speedway. On pole, we have Bush 86 in a powerful 28 Ariel Atom 500, racing in the 2010 and up supercars class. Let's see how this one unfolds. The race is underway with the clicker leading from the start. Nightcrawler Airk has moved into second place, closely followed by Dale Pack 41 in third. Everyone's sharpening their positions early in the race. Komodo Freak is climbing fast, now in the 18th position after overtaking 4 cars. Gilded Sarcophage has gained 2 positions, moving into 4th place. Zombush 86 and Gilded Sarcophage are closely contesting for the 4th spot, with little space between them. Welcome back, Lord of the Jungle. Glad to see you drop in again. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action today. Katishuk is making a strong push, and has moved up to 13th position after overtaking 3 cars. Aminsan is also advancing, slipping past 3 competitors to reach 16. Joey Pastrami continues the surge, overtaking 4 cars to take 17th place. Paul Jones is on the move, passing 3 cars, and now in 21st place. Meanwhile, Daibu is also advancing fast, overtaking 4 cars to move into 22nd position. M. Mayo and Zombush 86 are locked in a close fight for 5th place, staying within a few car lengths of each other. Simple Markers is making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars and moving into the 11th place. Debu is also gaining ground, passing 5 cars to reach 16th. Later, Simple Markers continues advancing, overtaking 4 more cars to move into 21st. Welcome back, Gilded Sarcophage. It's great to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Simple Markers is charging through the pack, and has overtaken 3 cars to move into 8th place. Nightcrawler AK and Dell Pack 41 are closely contesting for 2nd position with a lot of side-by-side action. Toinji is also making a move, climbing 2 places to settle in 5th. Nightcrawler AK has made a strong move, and is now in 1st place. Telinchi is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds, and Maya has climbed up to 6th place, continuing to advance through the field. Delapat 41 has advanced 1 position to take 2nd place. Telinchi is closing in on Gilded Sarcophagi, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Daibu has moved up 1 spot to occupy 15th place. Simplamarcus is making a great move, climbing 3 places to reach 17th position. The clicker continues to improve, gaining 1 spot and now holding 2nd place. Simplamarcus is closing the gap on Zombush 86, cutting down the distance by 1 second. Telinchi advances 1 position to take 4th place. Simplamarcus also moves up 1 spot, now in 7. Zombush 86 and Simplamarcus are closely competing for 7th place, with little gap between them. Telinchi advances to 3rd place. Zombush 86 and Simplamarcus are locked in a close fight for 7th. Daibu moves up 1 position to 14th. Wow, it sounds like the race is heating up. Zombush must be feeling competitive. Let's see if Simplamarcus can hold his ground. Telinchi has advanced to 2nd place. Telinchi and Nightcrawler CCA are fighting for 1st place, staying very close. Zombush 86 has gained 1 position and is now in 7th place. Congratulations on your victory. Great job out there. Wow, congratulations to Nightcrawler Siki for winning the race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Gina Jones for winning the bet race. You can now claim the 2012 Zenvos T1. Fantastic achievement. Who's excited to see more races? If I had to pick one of these cars, I think the 2018 Lamborghini Aventador SVJ would have the best chance on the twin-ring Motegi Oval J GT circuit. Its combination of raw power and aerodynamics should help it excel on the oval shape. Don't get stunning with the car's strong performance and high downforce make it well suited for maintaining speed through the corners and straightaways. Plus, it's built for speed and stability, so I imagine it would dominate this particular race. Welcome back, Toadette and Toadette's Commission. Glad you could join us again. We're about to see some exciting AI race cars in action, so sit back and enjoy the show. Hey everyone! The time to pick your car is almost up. Make sure you've made your choice so we can get these races started. Don't miss out. Wow, both of these cars are pretty exciting choices. Darth Blazer and the Subaru Impreza KRX has solid handling and reliability, especially on a track with lots of turns like the twin-ring Motegi Oval. Gabitha Minimac, with the Fittipaldi F7 brings a sleek, modern design and some impressive speed as well. Given the oval shape of the track, acceleration and top speed will be crucial. The Subaru is known for its stability and quick response, which could give Darth Blazer an edge on those tricky corners. However, the Fittipaldi's aerodynamic design might help it maintain higher speeds on the straights, giving Gabby the advantage there. It's a tough call, but I think I would lean slightly towards Darth Blazer for this race, mainly because of the track layout favoring stability and handling. But, of course, anything can happen in racing. Who are you rooting for? Haha, Looks like everyone's got their favorites. Maybe we'll see an epic spin soon. Choosing different classes definitely keeps things interesting. Keep an eye out for some crazy moves. Thanks so much to TTV Simple Markers for requesting this race. The action is heating up at the Twin Ring Mategi Oval JGT track. In the blind random car class, the ITB, Bob4483, is starting on pole, driving a 1997 Citroën C-Dex. Stay tuned for some exciting racing. The race has just begun, and leading the pack is Cap Holster, who has jumped to the front position. Close behind in second place is Bobler4483, maintaining a strong start. In third place, Tornadogi Gaming is holding his position. The top three are spread out, but still very closely packed. Wow! Lord of the Jungle is really trying to spice things up. Looks like everyone's excited for those special races. Keep the energy coming, folks. Monday Payne is making a strong move, now in fourth position after overtaking 3 cars. Just Pancakes continues to climb, also gaining 3 positions and holding 5th place. Magical Bleich is advancing even faster, overtaking 4 cars to reach 6th place. Monday Payne has advanced to 3rd place. Just Pancakes is narrowing the gap to Tornadoga Gaming by 1.2 seconds. Gabitha Minimac has moved up to 9th place. Boblo 4483 is narrowing the gap to Cap Holster by 7.2 seconds. Toadette has gained 3 positions and is now in 23rd place. W Rob is closing rapidly on Simple Markers, cutting the distance by 11.9 seconds. Welcome back, Rizaldi Atta. So glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Gildita Kofaji is making a strong push, climbing 5 positions to 12 oitao. Popcorn Slayer is closing fast on Forsengo, cutting down the gap by 10.4 seconds. Toadette is also advancing well, overtaking 3 cars to reach 20. Cap Holster advances to the lead position, taking 1st place. Monday Payne is gaining on Boblo 4483, shrinking the distance by 1.1 seconds. Gabitha Minimac moves up 2 spots to sit in 6th place. Monday Payne moves up 1 place to take 2nd position. Tornado Goy Gaming is closing in on Bobla 4483, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Magica Bleich is gaining on Tornadogi Gaming, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Robbie Rob is now just a few car lengths behind Popcorn Slayer, gaining rapidly. Packend has cut the distance to Komodo 3 significantly, looking for an overtake. Monday Payne is narrowing the gap with Cap Holster, focusing on positioning for a move. Congratulations to Cap Holster on the victory. At Twin Ring Motegi, Oval JGTC. Well done, and great racing. Welcome back. Aniro e casuale. It's great to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI racing action today. Welcome back, Ship Roman. Great to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting races today. Sit back, relax, and let's enjoy watching these cars go head to head. Sure. Did you know that the 2017 Ford GT was designed with inspiration from Ford's racing heritage and features a lightweight carbon fiber body? This helps make it incredibly fast and agile. It's also equipped with a twin-turbo V6 engine that produces over 600 horsepower, allowing it to reach top speeds of around 216 miles per hour. Pretty impressive for a modern supercar. Hey there, Kranoya. Welcome back to the stream. It's great to have you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Welcome back, Air 40. Great to see you, returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Welcome back, Cedric. It's great to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Welcome back, everyone. Great to see Azkais the French stars, Sizifer, Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and Bobardo back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Sit back and enjoy the action. Welcome back, Rizaldi, Adha, and Kazishok. So glad to see you guys again. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action today. Hey there, Mr. Serious Guy. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you pop in again. Hope you're ready for some exciting car races today. Hey everyone. Just a quick tip for today's race. If you start further back in the field, overtaking other cars can earn you more points than simply winning the race. So sometimes it pays off to start in the middle, or back, and work your way forward. It makes the race more exciting and gives you a chance to rack up extra points through those overtakes. Keep your eyes peeled for some thrilling moves. Welcome back to the stream, Mirasol. Great to see you again. Hello to someone. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action. And a warm welcome back to Kisuna Music. Thanks for joining us once more. Let's get the cars roaring and the races started. Welcome back, Hot Wheels Skidon. Great to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting races today. Hey everyone! If you want to check out what cars you've got locked in for the race, just type !car in chat. It'll show you your current selection. Feel free to experiment with it and see which car you're rooting for. Welcome back to the stream, Bianjing. Great to see you returning. I hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Hey, Issy. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you again. Hope you're ready for some exciting car races today. Hey everyone! If you're feeling extra generous and want to show some additional support, you can always check out our Patreon. It offers a few small rewards, but more than anything it's just a great way to help keep the stream going and show that you're enjoying the content. No pressure at all, but I really appreciate all of your support, whether it's through watching, chatting, or subscribing. Welcome back, Adam K3. Glad to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting races today. Hey everyone! If you want to stay up to date with the stream and join in on some fun competitions like the monthly team challenge, be sure to join the Discord server. Just type !Discord in chat and the bot will reply with the link to join. It's a great way to connect with other viewers and participate in all the latest events. Come hang out with us there. Hey CaxDV, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning. We've got some exciting AI car races happening now. Hope you're ready for some fast-paced action. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in before the race starts so you don't miss out. Get ready for some exciting AI racing action. Welcome back to the stream. Great to see you again, Mr. Serious Guy. And a big welcome to Zero Taps. Glad you both could join us. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Hey Forsengo and Green Amber Red Yellow. Welcome back to the stream. It's great to have you here again. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. So sit back and enjoy the competition. Hey everyone! Welcome back Duff Dad, Chubby Hodes, and Jazz. It's awesome to have you guys here again. Get ready for some exciting AI car races. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. This is a really interesting matchup. The 2018 Fittipaldi EF7 is known for its lightweight and aerodynamic design, which could give it an edge in agility and cornering speed. On the other hand, the 2017 Porsche 911 GT2 RS is a powerhouse with lots of raw speed and acceleration thanks to its turbocharged engine. Given Lassath's mix of long straights and sharp turns, I think the Porsche might have an advantage on the straightaways because of its raw power. But the Fittipaldi EF7 could make up ground in the corners with its agility. Overall, I might lean towards the Porsche for its raw speed and stability on those longer straight sections. But this race could be very close depending on how well each driver's AI handles the technical parts. Who are you rooting for? Thank you so much, Duff Dad, for subscribing at Tier 1. I really appreciate your support. It means a lot to have you here with us. Let's keep watching these amazing AI cars race. Thank you so much to the one and only Mr. Serious Guy for cheering 100 bits. I really appreciate your support. It helps keep the stream going and makes everything more fun. Thanks again. Welcome back, someone. Great to see you again. And a big hello to your boy Coos. Glad you both could join us. We've got some exciting AI car races happening today, so buckle up. Hey cuz, Welcome back. I'm glad to see you back in the chat. We've got some exciting AI cars racing right now, so settle in and enjoy the show. Thanks so much to TTV Lord of the Jungle for requesting this race. The action is heating up at La South, with the 2010 and up supercars. On pole is DTV Ship Broman, Gina Jones and number 1 Paul Jones, all driving a sleek 2015 Lotus 311. Let's see how they handle this exciting race. Looks like everyone's getting excited. I love the energy in chat. Remember, you can pick your car too if you want to join the race. Just type !race followed by your favorite number. Let's see who's got the best track face today. Alright, we've got about 10 minutes left in the practice session, everyone. Make sure to check out those car setups and see which ones are handling the best. Feel free to ask questions, or tell me which car you think looks fastest out there. We've got some interesting AI drivers tonight, so it should be fun to see who takes the lead. Hey, Amin-san. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting car races today. Kazushuk is already making a move, pushing hard into turn 1. TTV Funny Shell Gaming is close behind, trying to stay in touch. They head into the second sector with Kazushuk maintaining a slight lead. It looks like Kazushuk is setting up for an attack on the next straight. Kisuna Music is quickly out of the blocks and focusing on a strong lap. UTB dominate awning. Both racers are pushing hard at the moment. Issy is now beginning their first lap, looking to set an initial pace. Rizaldia Adha has also just started their timed lap, aiming for a strong opening. Kunoi and TTV Joey are both on their first laps as well, ready to attack the track. As Keister French Stars begins their lap with a strong push, settling into a good rhythm. Lord of the Jungle also starts their timed run, looking smooth through the first sectors. B joins the track, and is quickly finding their pace, aiming for a competitive time. The three drivers are evenly spaced early on, each setting up for their first lap attempt. Alright everyone, we've got about 5 minutes left in the practice session. Make sure to check out those AI cars, and see how they're performing. If you see any interesting moves or surprises, let me know. We'll be getting ready for the actual race shortly after, so stay tuned. Suzanne Greenberg, UTB Forsengotvo, and TTV Playboy Fenty are all now on their first timed lap. Bink has also begun their initial lap. Bonte Zaldi Ada is starting their first lap as well. Keep an eye on how they progress. Satrek is now speeding down the track as they start their first timed lap. Katsushok is beginning their initial run, pushing hard out of the gate. Darth Blazer and Yuek BB their clicker both take off on their first timed laps, looking to set early benchmark times. Chip Roman is accelerating out of the first corner, showing good control on the throttle. Gina Jones is following closely behind, maintaining a steady pace. TTV number 1. Paul Jones is just starting his lap, gaining speed as he approaches the straight. Keep an eye on those lap times coming in. Nearasol has made a strong climb, now in 5th place after gaining 14 positions with a lap time of 4 minutes 9 seconds and 3 milliseconds. Jazz is now in 14th place, moving up one spot with a lap of 4:15.263, improving by 3.2 seconds. Chubby has also improved their lap time to 4:16.1 cutting 1.3 seconds off their previous best. Haha, R40 keeps it simple. I like that. And I see some Erasi love in the chat. Gotta keep things fun and energetic. Who's ready for the race to heat up? Alright. We've got about 10 minutes left in the qualifying session. Time to see if anyone can improve their lap times and move up the grid. Who do you think is looking strong so far? Mr. Serious Guy has gained a lot of ground, moving up to third place with a strong lap at 4:13.78. Cedric also made a big jump into fifth place with a lap time of 4:15.546 TDMTA. Hot Wheels Gidon is behind them in sixth, just behind Cedric, with a 4:15.562 lap, improving slightly. Lord of the Jungle is quickly approaching the first corner as they begin their first lap. Chubby Erhodes is right behind, aiming to set a strong initial pace. The one and only Mr. Serious Guy is also on the move, trying to find a good line early on. No changes in positions yet. Everyone's just getting warmed up. Alright everyone, we've got about 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. Make sure your favorite cars are pushing hard to secure a good starting position. It's always exciting to see who can snag that top spot before the checkered flag waves. Stay tuned and keep your eyes on the leaderboard. Hisuna Music and YTB Dominator 9059 are now beginning their first timed lap. Vanya is also kicking off their initial lap. Kazushuk and DTV Funny Shell Gaming are just starting their first timed laps now. Askheist to French Stars is quickly settling into a rhythm on the track, aiming for an early good time. Sisyphus is also underway, trying to find smooth lines out of the corners. Gilded Zakofaki and YTB Big Chris Morris have just begun their laps, looking to improve their positions early in the race. Chip Roman takes the track first, setting a steady pace. Gina Jones follows closely behind, looking to improve her position. TTV number 1. Paul Jones is right with them, pushing hard for a quick lap. The gap remains tight as they head into the next corner. Suzanne Greenberg, UTIB, VTB, Forsengotu, and TTV Playboy Fenty have all cut their lap times to 4 minutes and 4.741 seconds. They are gaining speed compared to their previous runs. Kronoya and TTV Joey have advanced to the 10th place with a lap time of 4 minutes 13.297 seconds, gaining nearly a second from their previous best. Lord of the Jungle is now in 5th place, and has posted a lap time of 4 minutes, 9 seconds, and 0.820 seconds. They're showing good progress with an improvement of 2.6 seconds. Meanwhile, Mr. Serious Guy has moved up 4 positions to number 18, with a lap of 4 minutes, 16 seconds, and 0.831. He's also improved his time by 24 seconds. Rizaldi Adha has climbed 4 spots to 16 with a lap time of 4 minutes 15.887 seconds, getting a 2-second improvement. Michael Gabe has shaved off 0.3 seconds from their previous best with a new lap of 4:16.456 seconds. Second, Zero Taps has moved up one spot to 24th, with a lap time of 4:21.415 seconds, improving their time by a significant 2.7 seconds. It's always interesting to see how small differences can make a big impact in these races. Traffic could definitely be part of it, or maybe just some different driving lines. Keep an eye on those laps, everyone. Nearasol has gained 9 positions and is now in 6th place. Their latest lap is 4:09.88, which is an improvement of 5.9 seconds. Someone, along with New For Life and Maya, have moved up 3 places and are now in 24th position. Their best lap time is 4:20.96, improving by 5.7 seconds. Toadetta Scamishan, Hingle McCringleberry, and Nukembakam move up 1 place to 32nd. Dodway. Their fastest lap is 4:28.093, with a slight improvement of 0.9 seconds. Welcome back, Mashiref Society. Glad to see you return. Hope you've been having a great day. Get comfortable and enjoy the races. It's always fun to see these supercars battle it out, fuel mileage or not. Looks like the Zenvo in this race is showing some serious speed though. I wonder if it'll hold up for the whole race. Keep an eye on those fancy machines. Mr. Serious Guy has surged into 5th place after gaining 5 positions and setting a lap time of 4 minutes and 9 seconds, .799. Air 40 is climbing the ranks to 33rd, moving up 4 positions and posting a lap of 4:28.832, improving by over 4 seconds. Chip Berman, Gina Jones, and TTV. Number 1 Paul Jones have all moved up 2 places to 38th, with a lap time of 4:36.381. Showing a notable improvement of over 5 seconds. Rizaldi Ada has gained 2 positions and is now in 14th place. They set a lap time of 4 minutes, 15 seconds, and 404 milliseconds, improving their previous best by half a second. Adam GT3 advances 8 positions to 18 and is now around 4 seconds faster on the last lap. Green Amber, Red Yellow climbs 2 places to 26 with a steady lap time and consistent pace. Hey Gilded Sarcophagi, keeping those fingers crossed for you. Anything you're hoping to see in this race? Bamjan has climbed 5 places to the 3rd position and posted a lap time of 4 minutes, 8 seconds, and 450 milliseconds. They improved their previous best by 2.5 seconds. Ving and Kisana Music are nose to tail, battling for 2nd place. Askai Different Stars and VNG are also close, fighting for 3rd position. Meanwhile, Mr. Serious Guy and Issy are locked in a tight fight for 5th place. Zero Taps is making a strong push, and has just overtaken 3 cars to reach 23rd place. Simpler Markers along with Debut and Amy are also improving positions, moving up 3 cars to take 27. Duff Dad, Ricky Bobby El Diablo, and Organic Meatbag are closing in on their rivals, moving up 3 spots to sit in 33rd. Nihiest B is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars and climbing to the 8th place. Simpler Markers, Debut, and Amy are also gaining ground, each overtaking 3 cars to reach the 24th place. Toadette Commission, Hingle McCringleberry, and Nokambokam are advancing rapidly, overtaking 4 cars and moving up to the 27th position. Suzanne Greenberg and the ITB Forsen Gotul are making a strong push, moving up 2 positions to take 2nd place. Issy is also climbing, advancing 2 spots to secure 3rd place. Mr. Serious Guy continues to gain ground, moving up 1 position to 5th. Lord of the Jungle advances to 6th place. Gilded Sarcophagy and the OTB Big Chris Morris climb 2 spots each, now in 9th place. Rizaldias Adha and Kronoya are locked in a close fight for 11th place. Katsushuk and TTV Funyashell Gaming are gaining 1 position to move into 9th place. Rizaldi Adha is narrowing the gap with Sidetrek by 1 second. Rizaldi Adha and Toadette Commission remain close together, fighting for 28th place. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Mr. Serious Guy, cutting the gap by over a second. Katsushuk, JTV, Fonya Shell Gaming, and Mirasol are battling fiercely for 8th place. Mikhail Spi is gaining ground, moving up 1 position to take 16. Lord of the Jungle has just advanced to 5th position, closing the gap slightly. Adam K3 is gaining on Barbado, narrowing the distance by 3.1 seconds. Simpler Marcus, Debut, and Amy are all moving up to 24th place. Ving and Issy are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 5th. Zeldia Ada is also making moves forward, climbing 1 spot to 11th. The race is heating up with several shifts in positions. Nearasol has advanced one position to take 7th place. Katishuk, TTV, Funya Shell Gaming, and Azkaist Friend Stars are closely contesting for 8th position. Rizaldi Atta and Sidrek are engaged in a tight battle for 13th spot. Katsushuk and TTV from Yashel Gaming are advancing to 8th place. Gilded Akofagi and ETB, Big Chris Morris, continue closing the gap on Azkaist the French Stars, reducing it by 1.4 seconds. Zero Taps has moved up one position to 22nd. Simpler Markers is on the move, gaining 3 positions to reach P29. Mr. Serious Guy advances 1 spot up to Pfawa. Gilded Sarcophagi, ETB, Big Chris Morris, and Azkaist the French Stars are closely contesting for the 9th position. Darth Blazer and Yite the Clicker are facing some trouble, dropping 8 positions to around 39. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Evenji, narrowing the gap by just over a second. Gilded Sarcophagi and YTB, Big Chris Morris, are moving up 1 spot each, now holding 9th place. Rizaldi Adha is closing the gap on Azkaist the French Stars by 1.2 seconds. They are now battling closely for 10th place. Jazz and Caxt VV are also fighting hard for 19th position. Hot Wheels Skidon is narrowing the distance to Mike Alstby, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Caxt V and Mr. Serious Guy are engaged in a close fight for 18th place, staying within a few car lengths of each other. Nearasol is quickly catching Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Mikhai Spey is gaining on Chubahodes, reducing their distance by 2.6 seconds. Kazishok has moved up 1 position, and is now in 29th place. Hot Wheels Skidon is gaining on the House B, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Kazishok has moved up 1 position into 28th place. Rizaldi Adha is narrowing the distance to Simple Marcus by 1.2 seconds. Nikas Dahebis moved up 1 spot to take the 15th place. Forsengo and Throbbyrub are currently involved in a close fight for the 34th position. Nearasol and Lord of the Jungle are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Chubby Hoods has gained 1 position and is now in 15th. Kazishuk and TTV Funnier Shell Gaming has made a move into 7th place. Meanwhile, Kazishuk and TTV Funnier Shell Gaming are now battling closely with Lord of the Jungle for 6th place. Lord of the Jungle is advancing to 5th place, gaining 1 position. Gilded Sarcophagi and YTB Bikris Morris are steadily reducing their distance to Nearasol, closing in by 3.2 seconds. Rizaldi Ada is narrowing the gap to Azkaist the French Stars, cutting it down by 1.3 seconds. Kazishuk and TTV Funya Shell Gaming are climbing up to secure the 6th position. Vang and Kazishuk are closely contesting for that spot. Gilded's Arkofagi, along with YoTB Big Chris Morris, are advancing to take 8th place. Mirasol has gained 1 position and now sits in 8th place. Askeister French Stars is closing the gap on Gilded Sarcophagi, reducing it by 1.2 seconds. Michael Bay is closing in on Hot Wheel Ski Dome, cutting the distance by 3 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi, UTB Big Chris Morris, and Mirasol are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Rizaldi Adha just gained 1 position and is now in 10th place. Askeister French Stars and Rizaldi Adha are dueling closely for the 10th spot. Katsashuk and TTV Funya Shell Gaming are gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Jazz is moving closer to KaxTV, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. F40 is narrowing the gap to Rizaldi Adha, reducing it by 1.9 seconds. Katsishuk and TTV Funya Shell Gaming are catching up to Lord of the Jungle, narrowing the gap by 1/4 seconds. They are locked in a fierce fight for 5th place. Vinian is also making moves, closing the distance on Katsishuk by 1.1 seconds. The battle for these positions is heating up. Katsishuk and TTV Funya Shell Gaming have dropped to 12th place. Vang has moved up 1 spot to take 6th place. Nira Sol is also climbing 1 position to secure 7th place. Kazishuk and TTV Funya Shell Gaming are dropping back to the 18th place. Rizaldi Adha is making a move and is now in 9th place. Sidric is advancing to the 12th spot. Bobardo is steadily moving up the field, now in 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lord of the Jungle and Mr. Serious Guy are engaged in a close fight for 4th place, trading positions frequently. Askeister French Stars has gained 1 position and is now in 9th place. Adam K3 has made a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 18th position. Zero Taps is also climbing fast, advancing 3 places to take the 19th spot. Meanwhile, someone along with Mufalife and Maya are all gaining ground, each overtaking 3 cars to settle into 22nd place. Green Amber, Red Yellow, and TTV de Glester. Hardonkichud are gaining speed, reducing the distance to Bobardo by 8.9 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is closing in on Issy, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. Askeister French Stars is catching up to Gilded Sarcophagi, narrowing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Rizaldi Adha and Azkais, the French stars, are now battling fiercely for 9th place, closely matched on the track. Michalis is closing the distance quickly to Chabahodes, shrinking the gap by 1.1 seconds and putting pressure on him. Jazz is also making moves, reducing the gap to Mr. Serious Guy by 1.2 seconds as they race through the next set of turns. A big thank you to Rifle95 from Twitch for subscribing at Tier 1. I really appreciate the support. It helps keep the show going. Thanks for being part of the community. Mr. Serious Guy is closing in on Issy, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Nirasol and Lord of the Jungle are fighting closely for 5th place. Beng and Nirasol are also locked in a tight battle for 6th position. Nirasol and Lord of the Jungle are fighting closely for 5th place. Azkais to French Stars is cutting down the distance to Gilda Zarkofagi by 1.7 seconds. Hot Wheels Skidon has advanced 1 position and is now in 26th place. Nirasol is surging forward, overtaking 3 cars to hold 3rd place. Duff Dad, Ricky Bobby El Diablo, and Organic Meatbag are closing in fast on Throbby Rob, shrinking the gap by nearly 20 seconds. Issy is climbing steadily, moving up 2 positions to take the lead. Nirasol is closing in on Mr. Serious Guy, reducing the gap by 3-4 seconds. Vini and Lord of the Jungle are locked in a tight battle for 4th place. Gilad Arkofagie and UTB Big Chris Morris are each climbing up 1 spot to take 6th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Nirasol, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and UTB Big Chris Morris are both narrowing the gap to ENG, reducing it by 1.5 seconds. Rizaldi Adha and Azkais the French Stars are competing closely for 7th place, staying very close together. Green Amber Red Yellow is now in the 19th place after overtaking 4 cars. Simpler Marquez has moved up 5 positions to take 20, and Hot Wheels Ski Dome has also gained 5 spots, now in 21. The race remains intense with rapid overtakes. Death Dad, Ricky Bobby El Diablo, and Organic Meatbag are rapidly approaching 0 taps, closing the gap by 6.4 seconds. Rizaldi Adha has gained 1 position to now be in 6th place. Kizuna Music and UATB Domine, 1059, are narrowing the distance to Sidric, cutting it down by 1.3 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and UTB Big Chris Morris are struggling and have fallen back 8 places to 15. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Benji, shrinking the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Azkais the French Stars is advancing 1 position to take over 7th place. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Eve Engine, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Jazz has advanced one position to take 15th place. Adam Katia 3 has also moved up one spot, into 16th position. Neurosol is gaining on Mr. Serious Guy, the distance shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Vian is closing the gap to Lord of the Jungle by 1.1 seconds. Michael Stey is catching up to Chubberherds, reducing the lead by 1.7 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and ETB Big Chris Morris are dropping back to 32nd place. Kisona Music and the ITB Dominator 9059 are climbing one spot to move into 9th position. Meanwhile, Kisuna Music, UTB Dominator 9059, and Kronoya are closely matched, fighting for 8th place. Katishuk is making a strong push, passing 3 cars to move into 32nd place. Askheist French Stars is closing rapidly on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. Cedric has gained one position, now coming in 9th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Nira Soul, cutting the distance significantly. Kisana Music, ITB Dominator 9059, and Cydric are battling closely for 9th place. Rizaldi Ada is closing in on Katstv, shrinking the gap by nearly 2 seconds. VN is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Kronoya and TTV Joey are closing in on Askheist the French Stars, reducing their gap slightly. Kisuna Music and UTB Dominator 9059 are advancing one position each to move into 9th place. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining on Issy, closing the distance by 1 second. Dane Jing has moved up one position to take 4th place. Kisona Music and YTB Dominator 1059 are catching Kronoya, narrowing their gap by 1.6 seconds. Lord of the Jungle and Even Dar battling closely for 4th place. Katsushuk is gaining on Fusengo, cutting the distance down by 2:30 seconds. Shipperman, Gina Jones and TTV number 1 Paul Jones are catching up to Toadette, closing in by 1.4 seconds. Haha, it looks like even AI has its off days. Just gotta enjoy the chaos and hope for some surprising overtakes. Keep those comments coming, everyone! Gilded Sarcophagi and UTB Big Chris Morris are gaining rapidly on Yunrui Casual, closing the distance by 7.9 seconds. Nirasol has moved up one position and is now in second place. Gain is inching closer to Mr. Serious Guy, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Nirasol is closing the gap on Issy, cutting it down by 2.6 seconds. Genghis, moving up one position to take third place. Lord of the Jungle is also climbing one spot into fourth. Rizaldi Ada is climbing to 8th place now. Mikhailsk has moved up to 9th. Katishuk is catching for Sungo quickly, closing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on EMG. The gap is now less than 2 seconds. Kisana Music and Yite TB dominate tonight. 1059 are catching up to Kronoya, closing in by more than a second. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and TTD de Glester, Hardunkachud are approaching 0 taps, reducing their distance by approximately a sec. Simplin Marcus is progressing rapidly, moving into the 16th place after overtaking 3 cars. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is also gaining ground, climbing 3 positions to reach the 17th place. Rizaldia Ada is moving even faster, overtaking 4 cars to sit in the 18th position. Amy observes Toadette's commission, passing 4 cars and moving into 21st place. Ingle McCringleberry also gains 4 positions, now in 22nd place. Newcomb Bockham moves up 4 places into 23rd position. 0 Taps overtakes 4 cars and advances to 24th. RF40 overtakes 3 cars, now in 25th. Nirasol is rapidly gaining, closing the gap to Issy by 1.3 seconds. Kisuna Music and YTB dominate 9,059 are making a move on Askheist French Stars, reducing the distance between them by 2.5 seconds. Meanwhile, Mr. Serious Guy is cutting down the gap to Mikhailsby by 1.8 seconds, tightening the race up. Gilded Sarcophage and YTB, Big Chris Morris, are gaining rapidly, bringing them within striking distance of Unura Casual. Veen is making steady progress on Nirasol, closing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Askheist the French Stars is also catching up to Lord of the Jungle, reducing the gap slightly. The fight for 4th place is intense between Askheist the French Stars and Lord of the Jungle, with both drivers swapping positions frequently. Lord of the Jungle advances to 3rd place. Askheist French Stars moves up to 4th place. Kisuna Music and Yite TB dominate 9,059 both climb 1 spot each, now sharing 5th and 6th positions. Cedric is climbing up the order, now in 8th place. Adam K3 and 0 Taps are fighting closely for 21st position. Katishuk is gaining on Throbby Rob, cutting the gap by about 1.5 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is rapidly closing the gap on Nira Sol, now just 1.8 seconds apart. Houston Music and YTB dominate on 1059 are gaining on Askheis the French Stars, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Meanwhile, Mr. Serious Guy has climbed 2 positions up to occupy the 10th place. Nira Sol is gaining on Issy, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is also catching up to Nira Sol, reducing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Kisona Music and Yite BB dominating 1059 are each moving up 1 position and now hold 4th and 5th places. Hey Jordante, great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action today. Toadette Mission, Hingle McCringleberry, and Newcomb Bockham are all making strong moves up the field. They each overtook 3 cars to reach the 17th position. Zero Taps is also gaining ground, moving 3 spots ahead into the 18th place. Adam Keller is matching the pace, climbing 3 positions into 19th place. New for Life has made a bold move and is now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Hot Wheels Skidone continues strong, climbing up 4 positions to 23rd. Throbby Rob, Playboy Carty, and Sir Ironbot are all advancing together, each overtaking 4 cars to settle in 24th place. Askheis the French Stars is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Bang is closing up on Cedric, and has narrowed the gap by 1.6 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is making a move towards Mr. Serious Guy, reducing the space by 1.4 seconds. Looks like everyone is pretty hyped for the race. I love seeing all the energy. These cars are really putting on a show today. Stay tuned, we're almost halfway through and the action is heating up. Askheis the French Stars is climbing fast, and has just overtaken 5 cars to take the lead. Cronoia and DTV Joey are also making strong moves, each passing 5 cars to secure 2nd place. Dan is gaining ground on Cedric, and has reduced the gap by 2.2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is gaining on Mr. Serious Guy, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Zero Tax and Toadette Commission are locked in a close fight for the 18th position. Darth Blazer and Yite BB the Clicker are both moving up 1 spot each, now holding the 30th and 31st positions respectively. Vini makes a strong move, climbing to 3rd place after overtaking 6 cars. Mr. Serious Guy is also gaining momentum, passing 4 cars to reach 6th position. Nearsol and Evenjing are now locked in a tight battle for third, neck and neck, as they race through the track. Kisuna Music and YTB Dominator 9059 are gaining on Nearsol, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is closing in on Jazz, narrowing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Bobardo has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Bobardo and Zero Taps are battling closely for the 19th spot. Bobardo is climbing through the field rapidly, now in 17th place after overtaking 3 cars. Hot Wheels Kidon is also making good progress, moving up 3 positions to take 19. Gilded Sarcophagy and UTB Big Chris Morris are closing the gap on Duff Dad steadily, cutting down nearly 7 seconds. Simpler Markers is making a strong push, and is now in 22nd place after overtaking 4 cars. Green Amber Red Yellow is also advancing rapidly, taking over 4 cars to reach 23rd position. Meanwhile, Throbby Rob, Playboy Cardi, and Sir Ironbot have all moved up 4 positions as well, occupying 24th place collectively. The race is tightly packed, with continuous overtaking happening around the 21st to 24th spots. Kisuna Music and YTB Dominator 9059 are both advancing 1 place each, and now sit in 3rd and 4th positions. Rosalia Adha continues to climb, moving up 1 spot to 9th place, and is closing the gap on Cydric, decreasing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Resold Adha is gaining on Suzanne Greenberg, their gap decreasing by 1.3 seconds. Adam GT3 is closing the distance to Jazz, also reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is approaching Toadette's Mission, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Kunoya and TTV Joey are gaining on Askais the French Stars, with the gap decreasing by 1.4 seconds. Nira Sol is closing in on Even Jing, also reducing the distance by 1.4 seconds. Darth Blazer and YTB the Clicker are making a move towards Fosungo, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kisuna Music and YTB Dominator 9059 are closing in on Kronoya, narrowing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has advanced one position to 6th. Lord of the Jungle and Nirasol are now battling closely for 5th place. Kisuna Music and Yite B Bow. Dominator 9059 are gaining on Kronoya, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has advanced one position up to 5th place. Nirasol and Lord of the Jungle are engaging in a close fight for 5th place. Simpler Marquez is climbing fast, now in the 19th position after overtaking 3 cars. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is also making strong progress, moving into 20th place by passing 3 cars. Rizaldi Ada is advancing steadily, now in 21st place after overtaking 4 competitors. Kisa Music and Yite TB Dominator 9059 are now narrowing the distance to Kronoya by 3.8 seconds. Issy is closing in on Mr. Serious Guy, reducing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow and DTV de Glester, Hardon Kichud have advanced 2 spots each, now sitting in 24th and 25th position, respectively. Kisuna Music and YTB Dominator 9059 have taken the lead, now in 1st place. Gilded Sarcophagi and YTB Big Chris Morris are closing the gap on Umnoa Casual, cutting it down by 9.1 seconds. Vian Kaz moved up 1 spot and is now in 3rd place. Welcome back, Paul Jones. Glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you're ready for some exciting car races today. Thingy moves into 2nd place, now closing in on the leader. Lord of the Jungle advances to 4th place, edging closer to the top positions. Nirasol also climbs up to 5th place, gaining ground in the race. Kronoya and TTV Joey are gaining ground on Mr. Serious Guy, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Darthblazer and YTB Dekika are also making up ground on Fusungo, reducing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Meanwhile, Uniroa Kishue is catching up to Simple Marcus with a 1.5 second gain. Rizaldi Adha is rapidly closing the gap on Hot Wheels Ski Dome, cutting it down by 10 seconds. Suzanne Greenberg, UTB Forsen Godful, and TTV Playboy Fenty are each moving up 2 spots, now in 4th place. Lord of the Jungle and Suzanne Greenberg are engaged in a close battle for the position just ahead. Askheist French Stars is gaining on Even Jean, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Rizaldia Ada is pushing closer to Issy, cutting the distance by 1.3 seconds. Meanwhile, Rizaldia Ada is also reducing the gap to Sidrek by 1.5 seconds. Mirasol is quickly closing the gap on Lord of the Jungle, trimming it down by 3.6 seconds. Issy has gained 1 position, and is now in 7th place. The race for 7th place is close between Mr. Serious Guy and Issy, with both battling tightly. Adam K3 is rapidly gaining on Jazz, now just over 5.5 seconds behind. Duff Dad, Ricky Bobby El Diablo, and Organic Meatbag are catching up to Anuri Casuel, closing the distance by nearly 8 seconds. Vem is also making progress, reducing the gap to Kisona Music by about 1 1/3 seconds. Gilad Sarkophagi and YTB Big Chris Morris are gaining on Duff Dad, narrowing the distance by 5.5 seconds. Askheist French Stars is closing in on Even G, cutting the gap by 1:30 seconds. Michael Stbeeb has moved up 1 position to 11th place. Chubby Hodes is rapidly approaching Rizaldi Adha, cutting the distance by nearly 15 seconds. Kunoya and TTV Joey are gaining on 40, closing the gap by over 6 seconds. Meanwhile, Gilded Sarcophagi and YTB Big Chris Morris are narrowing in on Duff Dad, reducing their gap by just over 5 seconds. Suzanne Greenberg, UTB Forsen Godful, and TTV Playboy Fenty are narrowing the distance to Askheist the French Stars, cutting the gap by 3.6 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy has advanced 1 place and is now in 7th place. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Issy, reducing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Game is now within striking distance of Kisun Music, decreasing the distance by 3.1 seconds. Nirasol continues to close in on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Cedric is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, reducing the space by 1 second. Gain is now in the lead, taking the first place. Askais the French Stars has moved up to second position. Lord of the Jungle is gaining ground, now in third place after moving up 2 spots. The race is tightening at the front. Issy moves up 2 spots to take 5th place. Cedric is narrowing the gap to Rizaldi Adha by 2 seconds. Kronoya and TTV Joey are closing in on Kazishak, cutting the distance by 130 seconds. Welcome back, Greeny Jeb. So glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you've been doing great. Sit back and enjoy the AI cars racing. Cedric has made a strong move, now in 7th place, overtaking 3 cars. Mikhailsk B is also advancing well, climbing 3 positions to 8. Rizaldi Adha gained 2 spots, now in 10th position. The race is heating up with some sharp overtakes. Mr. Serious Guy is rapidly approaching Babardo, cutting the distance by 5.6 seconds. Nirasol is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Issy is gaining on Nirasol, reducing the distance by 1 second. Nirasol and Lord of the Jungle are battling closely for 3rd place. Suzanne Greenberg, UTB Forsen Gotvu, and TTV Playboy Fenty are each moving up 1 position to take 8th place. Mr. Serious Guy is closing the distance on Babardo, reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kisuna Music and UITB dominate Tour 9059 are gaining on Issy with the gap shrinking by 2.4 seconds. Saitadi Adha is approaching Michals B, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Saitadi Adha is also catching Hot Wheels Skidon, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Simpler Markers is making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars and moving into 15th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is also advancing rapidly, overtaking 3 cars to reach 16th position. Rizaldi Adha is climbing through the field, overtaking 4 cars to settle in at 17th place. Welcome back, Nightcrawler T. Great to see you again. Hope you're ready for some exciting races today. Sit back and enjoy the show. Amy chimes in the Todetiska mission. Hingle McCringleberry and Nukembockham are making a strong push. They've overtaken 4 cars to reach 21st position. Ganoya and TTV Joey are also advancing rapidly, overtaking 5 cars to settle into 22nd. Air 40 continues to rise through the field, overtaking 6 cars now in 23rd position. Throbby Rob, Playboy Carti, and Sir Ironbot are all making a move forward, each overtaking 3 cars to reach 27th place. Forsengo is also advancing rapidly, overtaking 3 vehicles to settle in 28th place. Askeister French Stars is closing the distance on ENG, cutting the gap by about 1.5 seconds. Cedric is making a strong move, climbing up to 7th place after overtaking 5 cars. Gilded's Arcofagai and YTB Big Chris Morris are both gaining on Unaru casually, narrowing the distance by 6.9 seconds. Issy is also closing in on Nira Sol, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. New for Life and Maya are gaining on Hot Wheel Skidding and cutting the distance significantly. Gilded Sarcophagi and YTB Big Chris Morris are creeping closer to Unari Cashwell with a steady pace. Issy is inching closer to Nara Sol, closing the gap slightly but steadily. Askeister French Stars is gaining on Ian Jane, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to Askeister French Stars, reducing the distance by 1.1 seconds. He is Suna Music and UTB Domine. 1059 are both advancing 1 position, moving into 5th place. Hey, Saint 4 and B at Jab. Welcome back to the stream. It's great to see you again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Stick around and enjoy the action. Nira Sol is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds, pushing for the 3rd place battle. Meanwhile, Cedric is making a move on Issy, narrowing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Rezatsi Ada is gaining on Mikhailsk B, closing the distance by 2.6 seconds. Toadette, Shadow Army, and TTV Noga 77 are all closing in on Shipbroman, trimming the gap by 1.8 seconds. The race is heating up as these groups increase their pressure. Jazz is gaining on Chubby Hodes, cutting the gap to less than a second. Kronoya and DTV Joey are tightening up behind Mr. Serious Guy, narrowing the distance. Green Amber, Red Yellow and TTV de Gloucester. Hard Donkey Chud are closing in on Air 40, with a solid pace, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Issy is now just a little over a second behind Kisana Music, steadily reducing the gap. Mr. Serious Guy has advanced 2 positions, and is now in 9th place. Krinoya and DTV Joey are catching up to Mr. Serious Guy, narrowing the distance by 1 second. Kisona Music and YTB Dominator 9059 are gaining on Naira Soul, closing the gap by 7.8 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is catching up to Barbado, reducing the distance by 5.7 seconds. Hot Wheels Skidon is also closing in on Air 40, narrowing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Barbado is making strong progress, now in 15th place, after overtaking 3 cars. Mr. Serious Guy is also climbing well, moving up 3 positions to take 16. Kisuna Music and UTB Dominator 9059 are closing the gap on Nira Soul, reducing it by a significant 1.2 seconds. Krinoya and TTV Joey are making a strong push, moving up through the field to reach 17th place. Gilded Sarkophagi and UTB Big Chris Morris are closing rapidly on Toadette, cutting down the distance by nearly 6 seconds. Mikhail D is gaining on Rizaldi Adha and has cut the gap by 11.4 seconds. Green Amber, Red Yellow, and TTV de Glester, Hardunki Chud, are also closing in, decreasing the distance to Rizaldi Adha by 7.2 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is catching up with Mr. Serious Guy, closing the gap slightly by 1.5 seconds. Gilded Sarkophagi and YTB Big Chris Morris are gaining on Toadette rapidly, with their gap shrinking by 5.7 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is closing in steadily on Askeister French Stars, narrowing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is also making a move on Mr. Serious Guy, reducing their separation by 1.8 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is rapidly gaining on Askeister French Stars, closing the distance by 3.30 seconds. Gisa Music and YTB Dominator 959 are both making moves on Nara Soul, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is closing in on Mr. Serious Guy, decreasing the space between them by 2.1 seconds. Nira Sol is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Kisuna Music and YTB Domino 9059 are both catching up to Nira Sol with a 2.1 second reduction in Gabe Date. Rizaldo Adha is also closing in on Mr. Serious Guy, cutting the gap by 1.9 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and UTB Big Chris Morris are gaining on Ship Roman quickly, cutting the distance by 5 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Askheist the French Stars with a 1.2 second improvement. Kisuna Music and UTB dominate 9. Gilded Sarcophagi and UTB Big Chris Morris are gaining on Ship Roman, closing the gap by 13 seconds. Adam K3 is making up ground on Toadette, reducing the distance by 7 seconds. Neurosol has moved up 1 position into 3rd place. Cedric is making a strong push, overtaking 4 cars to move into 4th place. New for Life and Maya are both moving up 1 spot each, now in 23rd place. Zero Taps has also gained 1 position, and is now in 26th. Lord of the Jungle is climbing fast, now in 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Air 40 is gaining on Caxed VV, closing the gap by 6.8 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and YTB Big Chris Morris are both catching up to Ship Roman, decreasing the distance between them by 6.5 seconds. Forsango is rapidly catching Caxed V. The gap is shrinking by 18.30 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy has gained 2 positions and is now in 7th place. Rizaldia Adha is also advancing 1 spot, currently in 9th place. Adam K3 is gaining ground on Ship Roman, closing the distance by 1.2 seconds. Throbby Rob, Playboy Carty, and Sir Ironbot are also making moves, cutting into Darth Blaze's lead by 1.2 seconds. Askeister French Stars is gaining on Yves and Jean, now just 2.5 seconds behind. Cedric is narrowing the distance to Nira Sol, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Kisona Music and YTB Dominator 9059 are both closing in on Lord of the Jungle, each reducing their gaps by around 1.1 seconds. Gilda Kofaji and ETB Big Chris Morris are gaining ground on Forsungo, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Cedric is catching up to Nira Sol, narrowing the distance by a little over a second. Kisona Music and YTB Dominator 9059 are both closing in on Lord of the Jungle, reducing their gaps by 1 second each. Askeister French Stars has moved up 1 spot to take the lead. Jazz is closing the gap on Chubby Hodes, now 2.2 seconds behind. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and TTV de Glester Hard Donkey Chud are both pressing closer to Rizaldi Adha, cutting the distance by 1.8 seconds. Robbie Rob, Playboy Carti, and Sir Ironbot are closing the gap to Darth Blazer by 7.2 seconds. Nira Sol has advanced 1 spot to become the 2nd place. Simple Markers has also moved up 1 position, now in 17th place. Cedric is now in 3rd place. Nichaist is narrowing the gap to Issy by 1.6 seconds. Krinoya and TTV Joey are catching up to Bobardo, closing the distance by 1.1 seconds. Hot Wheels Skidon has made a strong move, climbing up 3 positions to 23rd. Michaelst A is gaining on Issy, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Inoya, TTV Joey, and Bobardo are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Forsenko is rapidly catching up to 0 taps, now just a few car lengths apart, with the gap shrinking by 10.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Eve and G, closing in by 1.2 seconds and looking poised for a move. Meanwhile, Rizaldi Adha is making a push towards Suzanne Greenberg, cutting the distance by 2.2 seconds. The race is tightening in all these sections. Cedric is gaining on Nira Sol, cutting the gap down by 3.4 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on ENG with a 2-second reduction in the distance. Kisona Music and YTB Dominator on 1059 are both closing in on Lord of the Jungle, each reducing their gaps by 1.2 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is now closing the gap on Suzanne Greenberg significantly, cutting it down by 11.6 seconds. Benin has advanced 1 spot to hold 3rd place. Lord of the Jungle has also gained 1 position and is now in 4th. The battle behind Suzanne appears to be heating up. Izzy is making a strong push and has just overtaken 4 cars to reach 5th place. Lord of the Jungle is climbing smoothly, moving up 1 position to hold 3rd place. Rizaldia Adha is also advancing, gaining 1 spot to sit in 7th. The battle for positions is heating up early in the race. Kronoya and TTV Joey are making strong moves, advancing 3 positions each to reach the 12th place. Bobardo is also climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to settle into the 13th place. Lord of the Jungle is cutting down the distance to Nira Soul significantly, narrowing the gap by 2.3 seconds and gaining ground. Simpler Markers is making a strong move, passing 3 cars and now in 14th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow is also advancing fast, overtaking 3 cars and settling into 15. Rizaldi Adha is closing in quickly, overtaking 3 cars and now holding the 16th position. The race is heating up. Vang is rapidly catching up to Nira Sol, tightening the gap by 6.2 seconds. Gilded's Arkofagai and YTB Big Chris Morris are gaining on Fursungo, decreasing their distance by 5.7 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has moved up 1 position to take 2nd place. Welcome back, Elubo. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready to enjoy some exciting AI car races today. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Askheist the French Stars, closing the distance by 3 seconds. Ving has moved up 1 position to take 3rd place. Issy is tightening the gap on Nira Sol, reducing it by 1.4 seconds. Ving is gaining on Lord of the Jungle, closing the gap to less than a second. Issy is reducing the distance to Nira Sol by 2.6 seconds. Zaldayada is catching up to Issy at a similar rate. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Askheist the French Stars and reducing the distance by a little over 1 second. But Kronoya and DTV Joey are closing in on Jazz and reducing their gap by just over 2 seconds. Sidrek is also catching up to Bobardo, narrowing the lead by approximately 2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is now just a few seconds behind Askheist the French Stars and gaining ground steadily. Rizaldi Adha is catching up to Issy, closing the gap quickly. Michel's E is also narrowing the distance to Rizaldi Adha, making the fight for position intense in this group. Kronoya and TTV Joey are climbing up to 8th place. Cedric has moved into 11th position. Mr. Serious Guy is cutting the distance to Toda Mission, closing in by about 1.5 seconds. Symphomarcus is rapidly approaching Barbardo, chipping away at the gap by 17.7 seconds. Then is narrowing the distance to Lord of the Jungle by 2 seconds. Michaelist B is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, reducing the gap slightly by 1.2 seconds. Gengi is catching up to Lord of the Jungle, narrowing the gap by 130 seconds. Rizaldi Adha is reducing the distance to Issy by 1.4 seconds. Mechaest E is closing in on Rizaldi Adha, bringing the gap down by 1 second. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the distance by 5.4 seconds. Nira Sol is closing the gap to Evan Yang with a 3.1 second decrease. Suzanne Greenberg, ETB Forsen Gottful, and TTV Playboy Fenty are all narrowing the distance to Chubby Rose by 3.7 seconds. Suzanne Greenberg, ETB, Forsen Gottful, and TTV Playboy Fenty are gaining on Chubberhodes, closing within 1.1 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is making a move towards Rizaldi Adha, decreasing the distance by 2.8 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and TTV de Gluster Hardon Kichud are tightening the gap to Todetta Scanishan, catching up by 1 second. Gang A is advancing to second place right behind the leader. Issy is gaining on Nira Sol, cutting down the gap by 3.5 seconds. Lobardo is closing in on Suzanne Greenberg, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Looks like the fuel mileage really made a difference in this race. 5 pit stops, huh? That's quite the strategic move. Glad to see the theory paying off. Congratulations on winning the race. That is an amazing achievement. Well done. ha ha. Sounds like green, amber, red, yellow is trying to keep things lively. I love the energy. Who's your favorite car so far? If I had to pick one of these cars, I think the 2013 Ferrari 458 Special would have a strong chance of winning on the Nordschleife Endurance Cup circuit. Its combination of upgraded aerodynamics, high-revving V8 engine, and precise handling are perfect for tackling this challenging track. Plus, being built with modern technology and engineering, it would likely excel in maintaining high speeds through the tricky corners and long straights. Welcome back, Rival 95. So glad to see you again. Hello, Kokibainanity. Glad you could join us once more. And a special welcome back to Lord Whiskus of Luffyberg. It's great to have all of you here again. Let's get back to these exciting AI cars racing. Welcome back, Anonymous Ninity 3. Glad to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Hey Jambo. Welcome back to the stream. So glad you could join us again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races today. Welcome back, Edelbach. Glad to see you here again. And a big hello to Alex Haddock. Thanks for swinging by the stream. Let's enjoy some exciting AI car racing together. Hey everyone. Since we don't have any music playing right now, I want to encourage you all to put on your own favorite soundtrack while watching. It's a great way to make the race even more exciting for you. Let me know in chat what music you're listening to while watching this stream. Are you cranking up some high-energy songs or maybe relaxing tunes? I can't wait to hear what everyone's jamming to. Hey, Eastern Feathers. Welcome back to the stream. So glad you could join us again. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race. Make yourself comfortable and enjoy the show. Wow, that sounds really exciting. I can't wait to see how the custom career mode works in action. If you're interested, make sure to check out the Discord for all the details or type !CarrerRap in chat to learn more. This is going to add a whole new layer of fun to our racing streams. Stick around and enjoy the cars zooming by. Welcome back, Polocostanim. So glad to see you return. Grab a seat and get ready for some exciting AI car races. Thanks for joining us again. Welcome back, Sean Dion 101. It's awesome to see you return. Glad you could join us again for some exciting AI car racing action. Sit back and enjoy the races. Hey Big Belgian, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you return. We're about to watch some really exciting AI car races right now. So get ready for some high-speed action. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that in this race overtaking other cars earns you extra points. Starting at the very front might seem like a good idea, but it actually means less opportunity to pass and pick up those extra points. Sometimes, starting further back can be more exciting because you get to overtake more cars and rack up more points. So, don't be surprised if the driver starting in the middle or back ends up winning the race overall. It's all about the strategy and action. Welcome back, Electric Murray. So glad you could join us again. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Hey, everyone. Just a quick heads up that in this race, every car you overtake gives you extra points. That means starting further back can actually be more rewarding than starting at the front. Sometimes the best way to win is to stay patient and make your move later in the race. So don't be discouraged if you're near the back at the start. It could turn into a great point score by the end. Alright everyone, the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you choose your favorite before it's too late. We're about to start the race any second now. Wow, this is quite the interesting matchup. The 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air has that classic muscle car charm and maybe a bit of raw power. On the other hand, the 2015 Toyota GT86 is known for its agility and sporty handling. Given the Nordschleif's mix of tight corners and fast straights, I'd lean towards the GT6 just because it's designed for sharp turning and quick acceleration, which will definitely help on that challenging track. But hey, the Bel Air has that nostalgic vibe and could surprise us if it manages to handle the twists well. It'll be a fun race to watch either way. Who are you rooting for? Welcome back, Everlasting Apex. Great to see you return to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Looks like everyone has their favorite cars. I wonder which one will take the lead in this race. Keep an eye on those sleek machines. Thanks so much to TTB, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, for the race request. Everyone, make sure to thank them. The race is just getting started on the Nordschleife Endurance Cup track. Our driver in pole position is DTV Your Boy Kuz, behind the wheel of a classic 1970 Dodge Challenger. Let's enjoy this exciting race. Don't worry, Anonymous Ninty 3. With a little luck, and maybe the right car choice, you'll be blazing on the track before you know it. Keep watching those AI cars go. Alright folks, we've got about 10 minutes left in this practice session. If you see any areas where the cars are struggling or especially quick, now's a good time to keep an eye on those, and maybe make a few last minute tweaks. Just sit back, relax and enjoy the race. Alright. Everyone, we've got about 5 minutes left in this practice session. Make sure to observe the cars and take note of how they handle those tricky turns. If you have any questions or want to predict which car might win, now's the time to share. Let's see if any of these AI drivers can surprise us before the session ends. Sounds like our 40s BMW is giving us some of that slow but steady energy today. Maybe it just needs a little boost or some upgrades to really shine on the track. It's funny how some classic cars like the Bel Air can surprise us with their speed, isn't it? Maybe we should call it the Crazy Taxi from now on. What do you all think will be the surprise car in this race? Alright, we've got about 10 minutes left in the qualifying session. This is the perfect time for everyone to push their cars to the limit, and maybe even snatch some quick laps before it ends. Who do you think is going to improve their time or stay at the top? Alright everyone, We've got about 5 minutes left in the qualifying session. This is where the drivers really push their cars to the limit to set their fastest times. Keep an eye on those leaderboard updates, because things can change quickly as everyone tries to improve their positions. Who do you think will snag pole position today? starting the race now. The top 3 drivers at the front are Sestforn BJ in first place, followed closely by Nukembokum and TTV Nolga 77. In second place, we have Hot Wheels Skedidum. In the third row, Jordan and DSA, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, are battling for position. The race is underway. Dalapac 41 and TTV Big Belgian are making rapid progress, moving up 3 positions to reach 14. Green and Jeb and DSD Someone are also advancing fast, overtaking 3 cars, and now sitting in 18. Caxt VV is dropping back, falling 12 positions to 21st. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Shadow Army are making rapid progress, now in 23rd place after overtaking 3 cars. Toadette and Yoitby Rival 3057 are also climbing fast, moving up 3 positions to 27. Binoya and Ricky Bobby El Diablo are gaining ground as well, overtaking 3 cars to reach 28th place. The race is heating up with several packs advancing quickly. Revel 95 and YTB Mike Holstby are steadily advancing, overtaking 3 cars each to reach 12. Mr. Serious Guy is also making a strong push, passing 3 cars to move into 22. Krinoya and Ricky Bobby El Diablo are climbing through the field, each overtaking 3 cars to settle at 25. Nightcrawler Aki and YTB Dominator 959 are accelerating, closing the gap on Rival 95 by almost 6 seconds. Grin and Jeb and DSK Someone are surging forward, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 13th position. Forsengo and TTV Sizifer are also on the move, passing 5 cars to take the 15th spot. Mr. Serious Guy is making a strong move, and has overtaken 4 cars to reach the 8th place. Chip Broman, Maya, and TTV, Playboy Fenty, are all closing fast, each having overtaken 4 cars, and now sitting around the 27th position. Caxt VV is gaining ground on number 1 Paul Jones, cutting the gap by about 16 seconds and getting closer to the leader. Anonymous 3 and Shadow Army are making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 9th place. Caxt VV is gaining on Paul Jones, shrinking the lead by 17.6 seconds. Meanwhile, Esteforn Jet, Nukem Bokum, and TTV Nog Ga77 are catching up to Caxt VV quickly, cutting the distance by 11.3 seconds. Krinoya and Ricky Bobby El Diablo are making strong progress, now moving up to the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Lord of the Jungle has narrowed the gap to your boykers by about 1.2 seconds. Meanwhile, Duff Dad and DSK Kazishuk are closing the distance to Electric Miri, reducing the gap by 1.9 seconds. Hey Naibe! Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. Hope you're ready for some exciting AI car races. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSL Van are advancing well, moving up 3 positions to take the 10th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow and TTV Alex Haddock are also making progress, gaining 3 places to sit in 14. At the same time, Ship Ramon, Maya and TTV Playboy Fenty are surging forward, overtaking 6 cars and now occupying the 21st position. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSAVN are rapidly gaining on rival Nephi, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Forsingo and TTV Sizifer are making significant progress towards Mr. Serious Guy, reducing the distance by more than 7 seconds. Meanwhile, Cydric has advanced 1 position into 15th place. Duff Dad and DSK Kazashuk have both gained 1 place, now holding 7th and 8th positions respectively. Electric Miri, TTV Polokostanin and Duff Dad are closely competing for 7th place. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSE VNC have also advanced 1 spot each, now in 9th and 10th places. Gilda Kofaji and DSK Vanguard gaining on Electric Miri, shaving off 5.2 seconds from the lead. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on your boykers, narrowing the distance by 140 seconds. Meanwhile, Duff Dad and DSK Kazashuk are making progress on Edelbok, reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Cats TV is rapidly catching up to Paul Jones, cutting the distance by 13.9 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining on Greninja, closing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Anonymous Ninja 3 and Shadow Army are sneaking up on Jambo, closing the space by 3 seconds. Cats TV is gaining rapidly on Paul Jones, cutting the gap by 10.8 seconds and getting closer to the race leader. Edelbok is narrowing in on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the distance by 1 second. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA Veng are moving up the field, each advancing 1 position to take 8th place. Komodo, Threek, W, and TTV Funny Shell Gaming are making strong moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 22nd spot. Rival 985 and YTB McAllister B are closing the gap on Electric Miri, cutting it down by 1.8 seconds. Ship Roman, Maya, and TTV Playboy Fenty have moved up 1 position to sit in 18th place. Caxed BV is gaining rapidly on Paul Jones, now just over 13 seconds behind. Ent Foreign BJ, Nukem Bockham, and TTV Naga 77 are narrowing the distance to the rider ahead by over 11 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on your boykers, cutting the gap to a little over 3 seconds. Lord of the Jungle has advanced to 4th place. Edelbach is gaining on your Boykers, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Rival 95 and YTB. Mycalst B are both closing in on Electric Marie, reducing the distance by 3.8 seconds. Caxt VV is rapidly catching up to Paul Jones, closing the gap by 13.30 seconds now. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA E have advanced 1 position each to take 7th place. Rival 95 and YTB Mycalst B are gaining on Electric Mary, narrowing the distance by 1.7 seconds. The 3 racers, Rival 95, ITB Mycalst B, and Electromary, are in a tight fight for the 9th position. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA continue to gain on Edelbach. The gap has shrunk by 5.30 seconds, increasing the pressure. Caxt VV is rapidly closing in on Paul Jones, cutting down 16.8 seconds for a possible overtake soon. Meanwhile, Greninja and DSK Someone are tightening the distance to Rival 95 by 2.8 seconds, setting up an exciting chase. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA are gaining on Edelbach, closing the distance by 6.40 seconds. Estforn BJH, Nukembokken, and TTV, Naga 77, are rapidly catching up to Lord Whiskers of Luffyberg, reducing their gap by 13.6 seconds. Jordan and DSK, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, are narrowing the distance to Hot Wheels Skidone, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSIVN are now just 7.3 seconds behind Edelbach, gaining on him rapidly. Lord Whiskers of Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry have cut the distance to Paul Jones to 19.1 seconds and are closing in. Edelbach is making ground on your Boykers, narrowing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lord Whiskers of Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are gaining on Paul Jones, decreasing the distance by 5.8 seconds. Est4 and BJH, Nukenbakken, and TTV, Nolga 77 are also closing rapidly, cutting over 18 seconds from their previous gap. Ooh, hair. Meanwhile, Lord of the Jungle is making a move on Suzanne Greenberg, tightening the gap by 1.6 seconds. Caxt VV is gaining rapidly on Yenura Casual, and now only 7 seconds behind. Lord Whiskers Soft Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are narrowing the distance to number 1 Paul Jones, approaching within a few seconds. Your boy Cuz is closing in on Lord of the Jungle and has cut the gap to just over 2 seconds. Pax Phoebe is gaining rapidly on Uniroa Casual with a reduction of 12.4 seconds. Shondian 101, No for Life, and TTV Joey are closing in on Chubberhoats, cutting the gap by 7.3 seconds. Lord Whiskas of Livyberg, along with Hingle McCringleberry, are also making progress on number 1 Paul Jones, decreasing the distance by 6.8 seconds. Lord Whiskas of Lutherberg and Hingle McCringleberry are gaining on Paul Jones, closing the gap by 5.3 seconds. Jordant and DSK, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, have moved up one place to take the lead. Gilded Sarcophagi and DS Saving also advanced one position, now holding 6th place. Playboy Cardi has now moved up to 2nd place, closing the gap with Paul Jones. Lord of the Jungle has advanced to 3rd place. Lord Whiskas of Lutherberg and Hingle McCringleberry are gaining on Paul Jones, cutting the lead by 11.7 seconds. Estforeign BHA, Nukambakan, and TTV Conga 77 are gaining rapidly, closing in on the driver ahead by over 15 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSAVN are inching closer to Lord of the Jungle, narrowing the distance by nearly 4 seconds. Meanwhile, Greninship and DSK Someone have moved up one position, and are now in the 9th place. Crinoia and Ricky Bobby El Diablo have made a strong move, overtaking 4 cars to reach the 10th position. Lord Whiskas of Lutherberg and Hingle McCringleberry are gaining on number 1 Paul Jones, decreasing the gap by over 5 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi, Deistei and Lord of the Jungle are in a close fight for 3rd place, with little room between them. Anonymous Dinity 3 and Shadow Army are making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars and moving into the 14th position. Cax KV is also advancing rapidly, overtaking 4 cars to reach the 27th position. Meanwhile, ST4 and BTH, Nukemba Kim, and TTV, Noga 77 are closing in on a driver ahead, cutting the gap by 7.4 seconds. Hot Wheels Kidon is gaining on Suzanne Greenberg, closing the distance by 7.7 seconds. Lord Whiskas of Lutherberg and Hingle McCringleberry are making a strong push towards number 1 Paul Jones, cutting the gap by 8.40 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi, along with DSA Young Jane, are catching up to Lord of the Jungle, reducing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Meanwhile, Gilded Sarcophagi, DSA Veng, and Lord of the Jungle are engaged in a close fight for 4th place. Duff Dad and DSK Kazishuk are gaining on Electric Murray, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Tax TV is making a strong move, overtaking 4 cars to reach about 21st position. Lord Whiskers of Floofyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are catching up to number 1 Paul Jones, narrowing the distance by 13 seconds. Lord Whiskers of Floofyberg is making a strong move and is now just a few seconds behind Paul Jones in the lead. Ernst von Biesche and Nukembokim, along with DTV Norga 77, are gaining ground on arrival, cutting the distance by 14 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is closing in on Suzanne Greenberg, narrowing the gap to just over 3 seconds. Cax TV is rapidly closing the distance on Jambo, cutting the gap by 8.6 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA Veng have moved up 1 place each and are now in 4th position. Greeny Giab and DSK Someone are gaining on your boycos, narrowing the gap by 1.8 seconds. Text VV is gaining rapidly on Jambo, closing the distance to just a few seconds. Lord Whiskers Fufelberg and Hingle McCringleberry are making significant progress on number 1 Paul Jones, cutting down the gap by over 10 seconds. Est von Beadsjage, Nukambokim, and DTV Nolga 77 are also closing in, reducing their target's gap by 13.5 seconds. The race dynamics are definitely heating up. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA Ving are reducing their gap to Suzanne Greenberg by 8.8 seconds. Taxed VV is closing in on Jambo, cutting the distance by 15.4 seconds. Lord Whiskers Fluffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are approaching number 1 Paul Jones, narrowing the gap by 13.9 seconds. Text VV is gaining on Jambo. The gap is shrinking rapidly now, just over 9 seconds. Lord Whiskers Fluffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are closing in on Komodo 3 with a reduction of over 16 seconds. ST Form Bieche, Nukambokim, and TTV Nolga 77 are also making moves, closing in by around 15 seconds, looking to catch up soon. Text V is rapidly closing the distance on Jambo, cutting the gap by 12.2 seconds. Duff Dad and DSK Kazashuk are making moves towards Electric Murray, closing in by 3 seconds. Forsenko and DTV Sizifer are gaining on rival 95, narrowing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Duff Dad and DSA Kazashuk are gaining on Electric Marie, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Ship Brahman, Maya, and TTV Playboy Fenty have each moved up 1 position to hold 16. Cox Phoebe is also climbing, advancing 1 spot to take 8th place. Caxt Phoebe is gaining on Cedric with a strong push, cutting down the gap to just under 8 seconds. Lord Whiskers Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are making steady progress towards Paul Jones, closing the distance by over 5 seconds. Hot Wheels Skidone is narrowing the gap to Jordan steadily, coming closer by about 1.3 seconds. Rifle 95 and YTB McKelsby are gaining on Duff Dad, closing the distance by 1.8 seconds. Cax TV has moved up 1 position to settle into 18th place. Cedric and Cax TV are battling closely for 18th place, showing a tight fight for that position. Crinoya and Ricky Bobby El Diablo are gaining on Greniche, closing the distance noticeably. Rebel 95 and UTB Mike Hosby are narrowing the gap to Duff Dad, making it an exciting battle. Air 40 is creeping closer to Nightcrawler CK, steadily reducing the space between them. Stevie is rapidly catching up to Mr. Serious Guy, cutting the gap by 6.5 seconds. Lord Whiskers Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are closing in on number 1 Paul Jones, reducing the distance by 9.4 seconds. Duff Dad and DSK Kazashuk are climbing up the leaderboard, moving up 1 position into 10th place. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA Vengera are closing the gap on Hot Wheels Skidone, cutting it down by 3 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is making progress, moving up 1 place to 16. Caxt VB is also climbing, advancing 1 position to 17. Haha, it looks like everyone's on the edge of their seats. This race has been pretty intense so far. Let's see if the drivers can keep up the momentum. Borsengo and TTV Sizifer are climbing fast, now in 9th place after passing 4 cars. Cedric is gaining on Ship Roman, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Meanwhile, Koki Bainanti and Gina Jones are catching up to Dale Pack 41, narrowing the distance by 140 seconds. Chip Roman, Maya, and TTV, Playboy Fenty, have all gained 3 positions each, and now sit in 15, 16, and 17 places. Cydric has also moved up 3 spots to 16. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA BNG are making progress towards Hot Wheels Skidone, cutting the distance between them by nearly 3 seconds. Caxed VV is climbing fast, moving ahead of 3 cars to settle into 14th place. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and TTV. Alex Haddock are also making strong progress, each overtaking 3 vehicles to reach 15th place. Lord Whisker Soflufiberg and Hingle McCringleberry are gaining on number 1 Paul Jones, closing the distance by 11.1 seconds. Caxed VV is gaining on rival 95, closing the distance by 6.1 seconds. Issy is making a move on Koki Blanity, cutting the gap by 6 seconds. Lord Whisker Soflufiberg and Hingle McCringleberry are both closing in on number 1 Paul Jones, reducing the gap significantly by 7.4 seconds. Lord Whisker Soflufiberg and Hingle McCringleberry are gaining rapidly on Paul Jones, cutting the distance by 8.4 seconds. Est4 and BJ, Nukambokum, and TTV, Nolga 7077, are closing the gap to Komodo 3, reducing it by 14.9 seconds. Meanwhile, Duff Dad, DSK Katsishak, and Electric Mary are engaged in a close fight for the 11th position. Caxed TV is gaining rapidly on rival 95, cutting the gap to just under 6.5 seconds. Lord Whisker Soflufiberg and Hingle McCringleberry are closing the distance to Paul Jones, narrowing it by 11.4 seconds. Hot Wheels Skidon is making steady progress toward Jordan's, reducing the gap by 2.3 seconds. Hot Wheels Skidon is closing in on Jordanch rapidly, cutting the gap by 12.4 seconds. Mer F Society and DSI Cuz are making strong progress, each overtaking 4 cars to move up to 24th place. Issy is also advancing fast, passing 4 cars to claim 25th position. Hot Wheels Skidon is gaining speed as they close the distance to Jordant, now down by 12 seconds. Lord Whisker Soflufiberg and Hingle McCringleberry are chipping away at number 1 Paul Jones, cutting the gap to 13 seconds. Meanwhile, Zestforn BDH, Nukambokum, and TTV, Nalga 77, are narrowing the gap to Lord Whisker Soflufiberg, reducing it by over 5 seconds. Hot Wheels Skidon is gaining on Jordant and closing the gap swiftly. Green Amber, Red Yellow, and TTV Alex Haddock are both reducing the distance to Electric Murray at a steady pace. Anarai Kasuala is also making up ground on Rizaldi Adha with a notable speed increase. Hot Wheels Skidon is gaining on Jordant and has cut the gap to just a few seconds. Benoya and Ricky Bobby El Diablo are also tightening the distance to Forsongo. Meanwhile, Shiproman, Maya, and TTV, Playboy Fenty, are steadily closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow. The race remains quite competitive as these gaps continue to shrink. Greninjeb and DS Kai. Someone are rapidly catching up to your boykos, cutting the distance by 11.4 seconds. Text VV is narrowing in on Anura Rakashawala, reducing the gap by 6.9 seconds. Meanwhile, Forsengo and TTV Sizifer are closing the gap to Greninjeb, decreasing it by 3.6 seconds. The race dynamics are shifting quickly at this stage. Steve Fawn BJ, Newcomb Bookham, and TTV. Naga 77 are gaining ground on Unarakashwal, cutting the distance by around 15.5 seconds. Lord Whiskasoff Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are closing in on Sean Dio1, reducing their gap by over 7 seconds. Commodore 3, Debut, and TTV Funny Shell Gaming are catching up to number 1 Paul Jones, shrinking the lead by about 7 seconds. Komodo 3 is gaining on Paul Jones and is now just a few seconds behind. Debut and TTV Funny Shell Gaming are also closing the distance towards Paul, narrowing the gap steadily. Hot Wheels Skidon is reducing the distance to Jordant by over a second and is catching up quickly. Your boy Kuz is closing in on Edelbach, cutting down the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining on Shiproman, cutting the gap down by 7.1 seconds. Dest Foran BHA, Newcomb Bookham, and TTV Camelgas 77 are all on the move, overtaking 6 cars to reach about 8th place. Lord Whiskasoff Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are closing in fast on Sean Dion 1, narrowing the distance by 8.30 seconds. Text TV is making a strong move, now in 28th place after passing 4 cars. Dale Pack 41 and TTV Big Belgian are gaining ground fast, cutting the gap by 6.6 seconds. Meanwhile, Est4 and BSJ, Newcomb Bookham, and TTV Nalga 77 are struggling and have fallen back 7 positions to 33rd. Greninjeb and DSK someone are rapidly catching up to your boykos, closing the gap by 11.33 seconds. Caxt V is making a move on Jazz, reducing the distance by 7.6 seconds. Honoré Casual is also gaining on Rizaldi Adha, cutting the gap by a significant 17.3 seconds. Hot Wheels Skidon is gaining on Jordant quickly, cutting the lead by 7.5 seconds. Siriron Bot and Organic Meatbag are also making a move on Paul Jones, closing the gap by 8.2 seconds. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA Green are narrowing the distance to Hot Wheels Skidon with a 3-second reduction. Hot Wheels Skidon is gaining quickly under Dant, closing the gap by 5 seconds. Lord Whiskers of Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are also narrowing the distance to Sean Dion 101 by over 5 seconds. Meanwhile, someone along with Siriron Bot and Organic Meatbag are making a strong push towards number 1 Paul Jones, cutting nearly 14 seconds off the gap. Caxed VV is swiftly advancing up the field, now in 25th place after overtaking 3 cars. Estforen BHH, Nukembokum, and TTV, Naga 77 are also making strong moves, each passing 4 cars to reach 26th place. Meanwhile, a group is closing rapidly on Paul Jones at the front, cutting the gap by 12.4 seconds, indicating increased pressure. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and TTV, Alex Haddock are gaining speed and closing in on Anonymous 93, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Estforen, BHH, Nukem Bokum, and TTV, Naga 77 are making a strong push, overtaking 4 cars to move into the 22nd position. Lord Whiskers of Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are also closing the distance on Chubby Hodes, reducing the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Your boy Cuz is gaining rapidly on Suzanne Greenberg, closing the gap by 11.1 seconds. Dalpac 41 and TTV. Big Belgian are making impressive moves, overtaking 7 cars to reach 23rd place. Nike Crawler and UTB Dominator now. 1059 are also advancing fast, overtaking 5 cars to move into 27th place. Dalpac 41 and DTV. Big Belgian are rapidly closing the distance on Estforen BZA, narrowing the gap by 15 seconds. Koki Benunity and Gina Jones are making impressive progress, overtaking 3 cars to reach about 27th position. Kisuna Music and YTB Big Chris Morris are also advancing swiftly, passing 3 cars to settle in 28th place. Your boy Kurz is gaining on Suzanne Greenberg and has cut the gap to just a few seconds. Duff Dad and DSK Kazashuk are closing fast on Electric Marie, closing in by over 6 seconds. Lord Whiskersoft Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are also making good progress on Chubby Hodes, reducing the distance between them. Lord Whiskersoft Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are gaining on Chubby Hodes, cutting the distance by 7 seconds. Meanwhile, someone else, along with Sir Ironbot and Organic Meatbag, are closing quickly on Paul Jones at the front, narrowing the gap by over 11 seconds. In another tight contest, Greninja and ASK someone are inching closer to your boy Kurz, reducing the space by just over a second. Electric Mary and TTV Paul Costanine are gaining speed and are now rapidly closing the distance on Krinoya, cutting down the gap by 8.4 seconds. Caxtv is also making a move, reducing the space to Amundsen by 9.5 seconds. Over in the midfield, Lord Whiskersoft Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are closing in on Chubba Hodes, narrowing the distance by 5.1 seconds. Your boy Kurz is now just a few seconds behind Lord of the Jungle, and appears to be gaining rapidly. Borsengo and TTV Sizifer are closing in on Greninja, reducing their gap significantly. Meanwhile, Electric Marie and TTV Polycostanine are aggressively catching up to Krinoya, pushing hard to overtake. CaxTV is rapidly closing the gap on Amundsen, now just behind after shaving off 8.2 seconds. Borsengo and TTV Sizifer have moved up one place to occupy 8th position. Duff Dad and DSK Kazishuk are gaining on Electromarie, narrowing the distance by 1.1 second. Toadette and Yate B, Rival 3157, are gaining on Jumbo with a strong push, closing the gap by 5.6 seconds. CaxVV is making rapid progress toward Amundsen, reducing the distance between them by 5.3 seconds. Meanwhile, someone, Sirionbot, and Organic Meatbag are all closing in on the race leader, Paul Jones, trimming the gap by exactly 5 seconds. Green Amber, Red Yellow and TTV Alex Haddock are gaining momentum, and are now just behind Shiproman, closing the distance by 7.3 seconds. CaxVV is narrowing the gap to Amundsen, catching up by 11.8 seconds. Meanwhile, someone along with Sirironbot and Organic Meatbag are making a move on the leader, number 1 Paul Jones, cutting the gap down by 6.1 seconds. Welcome back, Potato Skulls. Great to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action today. Hot Wheels Skidon is gaining on Jordan and closing the gap rapidly. Caxt VV is also making a move, closing in on Amundsen with speed. Lord Whiskus of Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are steadily reducing their distance to Chubberhodes. Keep an eye as these battles unfold. S1 BHA, Nukan Buckham, and TTV, Naga 77, are making a strong push and have overtaken 3 cars to reach the 15th place. Caxt AV is rapidly gaining on Amundsen, cutting the distance by over 9 seconds. Meanwhile, Someone, Sirianbot, and Organic Meatbag are all closing in on the leader, Paul Jones, decreasing the gap by 6.5 seconds. Suzanne Greenberg and Playboy Cardi High are narrowing the distance to Edelbach, closing that gap by 5 seconds. Caxt VV is catching up to Amundsen, reducing the space by 5.3 seconds. Mirror Society and DSO Kiz are also closing in on Sean DL1, cutting the gap down by 7.7 seconds. Number 1 Paul Jones is under pressure as Someone and Sirianbot and Organic Meatbag are rapidly closing in, shrinking the distance by 13.3 seconds. Greninja and DSK Someone are gaining on Forsengo, cutting the gap down by 2.2 seconds. Meanwhile, Krinoya and Ricky Bobby El Diablo are reaching out to Greninja, reducing the space between them by 3 seconds. Lord Whiskers of Fluffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are gaining ground on Chubbyhodes with the gap now down to just over 8 seconds. Someone along with Sirianbot and Organic Meatbag are closing in on number 1 Paul Jones, narrowing the distance by more than 6 seconds. Meanwhile, SD4 and BSA, Nukembakum, and TTV, Naga 77, have advanced 2 positions to sit in the 11th spot. Hot Wheels Skidon is gaining on Jordange with a 5.9 second deficit. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA Vendi are closing rapidly behind Hot Wheels Skidon, closing the gap by 9.5 seconds. Cax VV is making up ground on Toadette, reducing the distance by 6 seconds. Number 1 Paul Jones maintains a steady lead, but is under pressure as Someone, along with Sirianbot and Organic Meatbag, are closing in quickly, decreasing the gap by 5.1 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is narrowing the distance to Anonymous 93, cutting it down by 1 second. Meanwhile, Cax TV is making moves, climbing 1 spot to occupy the 22nd position. Rifle 95 and ITB Mike Hustby are gaining ground on Ship Roman, closing the gap by 6.8 seconds. Cax TV is catching up to Amundsen, with a 9.6-second reduction. Now Society and DSIKers are making a strong move on Shantian 101, narrowing the distance by 15 seconds. Wow! Thank you so much Kisonic Music for subscribing at tier 3. I really appreciate your support. It means a lot to have you here in the chat. Let's keep the energy up and enjoy the race. Hey Junon! Welcome back to the stream. Great to see you again. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action today. Today in BJ, Newcomb Bockham and TT Velga 77 are narrowing the distance to Greenwich with a significant effort. Green Amber Red Yellow and TTV Alex Haddock are gaining on Rival 95, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. Lord Whisker Soft Berg and Hingle McCringleberry are also closing in on Chubby Hodes with a similar pace. Est4 and BSJ, Newcomb Bockham, and Null Gas are gaining on Greenwich B rapidly, closing the gap by 18.8 seconds. Text VV is closing in on Jambo, reducing the distance by 7.8 seconds. Issy is climbing through the field, overtaking 4 cars to move into 29th position. Est4 and BHA, Newcomb Bockham, and Naga 77 are gaining on Greninja, trimming nearly 14 seconds off the gap. Maraf Society and DSAkers are closing in on Shandian 01, narrowing the distance by almost 6 seconds. Chip Brahman, Maya, and Playboy Fenty are catching up to Duff Dad, cutting the gap by just over 2 seconds. Suzanne Greenberg and Playboy Carty are gaining on Edelbach, closing the gap by 14.1 seconds. The serious guy is narrowing down on Green Amber Red Yellow, cutting the distance by 5.6 seconds. Someone along with Sirian Bot and Organic Meatbag is catching up to number 1 Paul Jones, reducing the space by 6.8 seconds. SD4 and BHA, Newcomb Bockham, and Naga 77 are gaining on Suzanne Greenberg with a 13.3 second reduction in distance. Koki Benanity and Gina Jones are catching up to Dale Pack 41, closing the gap by 8.7 seconds. Hot Wheels Keaton is rapidly approaching Jordan JT, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. SD4 and BHA, Newcomb Bockham, and TTV Naga 77 are gaining on Suzanne Greenberg rapidly, closing the distance by over 14 seconds. Rival 95 and the ITB Mesha Spear are also making a move, reducing their gap to Shiproman by nearly 7 seconds. Meanwhile, Cax TV is closing the gap on Anonymous 93, cutting it down by more than 10 seconds. The race is tightening up in several packs. Electric Mary and TTV Apollo Costa 9 are making a strong push. They just overtook 3 cars and are now in 12th place. Caxt VV is rapidly closing the gap on Anonymous Ninity 3, narrowing it by over 10 seconds. Someone, Sir Ironbot, and Organic Meatbag are gaining on Paul Jones, trimming their distance by almost 9 seconds. Dahan BJ, Nukem Bokim and Nolgas are all moving up 1 position each, now in 5th, 6th and 7th places respectively. Suzanne Greenberg and Playboy Cardi are also advancing 1 spot, taking 7th and 8th. Forsengo and Sizifer are closing in on Edelbach, narrowing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Chip Roman and Maya and TTV Playboy Fenty are approaching Electric Marie, chunking down the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Anonymous Ninty 3 and Shadow Army are gaining on Rival 95, closing about 2.7 seconds. Lord Whiskas of Luffyberg and Hingle McCringleberry are narrowing the gap to Unara Casual with a 2.1 second reduction. Number 1 Paul Jones is under pressure as a group of racers including someone, Sir Ironbot, and Organic Meatbag, cut the gap by 7.8 seconds. Lord of the Jungle's pursuers, ST4 BSJ, Mukembokum, and TTV Nolga 77 are narrowing in on him, closing by 2 seconds. Similarly, Chronoya and Ricky Bobby El Diablo are gaining on Guninja, also reducing their gap by 2 seconds. Cax BV is gaining on Mr. Serious Guy rapidly. The gap has shrunk by 5.5 seconds, and the race for the lead is tightening. Meanwhile, someone along with Sir Ironbot and Organic Meatbag are closing in on Paul Jones, cutting the distance by 11.2 seconds. The battle for first is heating up there. Hot Wheels Skidanen is making progress on Jordan 2, narrowing the gap by 2.8 seconds. The positions are shifting quickly now. Cax TV is gaining fast on Mr. Serious Guy, closing the distance by nearly 7 seconds. Someone, Sir Ironbot, and Organic Meatbag are making a strong push towards number 1 Paul Jones, trimming their gap by over 6 seconds. Hot Wheels Skidon is catching Jordan quickly, reducing the space between them by almost 2 seconds. Est4 and BSG, Nukem Bokum and Nalgas are gaining ground on Gilded Sarchafachi, closing the distance by 9.6 seconds. Someone, Sir Ironbot, and Organic Meatbag are making up nearly 6 seconds on Komodo. 3K Edelbach is inching closer to Suzanne Greenberg, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. Estforn, BJ, Nukenbokum, and TTV, Nolga 77, are rapidly approaching Gilded Sarkophagi, with a 12-second gap shrinking. Kunoya and Ricky Bobby El Diablo are narrowing the distance to Greninja by 1.6 seconds. Meanwhile, Shiproman, Maya, and TTV Playboy Fenty are catching up to Electric Mary now, cutting the gap down by 3.5 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and TTV Alex Haddock are rapidly gaining on Anonymous 93, closing the gap by 7.5 seconds. Edelbach has advanced one position into 7th place. Suzanne Greenberg, Playboy Carty, and Edelbach are locked in a close fight for 7th, staying within a small margin of each other. Welcome back, everyone. It's great to see you all returning to the stream. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other, so get ready for some thrilling action. Thanks for stopping by again, and I hope you're ready for an awesome time. Shiproman, Maya, and TTV Playboy Fenty are gaining on Electric Mary, cutting the distance by 6.5 seconds. Sidrak is closing in on Toadette, narrowing the gap almost 10 seconds. Dal Pack 41 and TTV Big Belgian are making moves, each overtaking 3 cars to climb into 24th place. Estforn, BJ, Nukenbokim, and TTV, Nolga 77, are all closing the gap on Gilded Sarkophagi, reducing it by 11.7 seconds and gaining ground steadily. Lord Whisker Soflifiberg is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to climb into 29th place. Issy is also advancing fast, overtaking 4 cars and moving into the 30th position. Looks like everyone's really pumped up. The energy is definitely high as we watch these AI cars battle it out. I love the hype, keeps things exciting. Estforn, BJ, Nukenbokum, and Nolga 77 are gaining on Gilded Sarkophagi, closing the distance by almost 18 seconds. Rival 95 and Nykost B are also making moves, catching up to Duff Dad by over 5 seconds. Cax GV is closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, reducing the gap by 10 seconds. Estforn, BJ, Nukambokum and Nalgas are gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi and closing the distance by 9.4 seconds. Dafdat and Kazashuk are catching up to Shiproman, reducing their gap by 6.8 seconds. KaxQV is making a move on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting down their gap by 6.6 seconds. Number 1 Paul Jones maintains his lead at the front. S24 and BJ, Nukambokum, and TTV Tonka 77 have dropped to about 11th place and are trying to regain ground. Komodo 3, Debut, and TTV Funny Shell Gaming are closing rapidly, now within striking distance of Paul Jones. Gilded Sarcophagi and DSA Vent are making progress on Hot Wheels Ski Dome, closing the gap steadily. Nightcrawler Yerke and YTB Dominator Dings 59 are really gaining on Easy, cutting the distance by 7.5 seconds. Komodo 3, Debut, and TTV Funny Shell Gaming are closing rapidly on number 1 Paul Jones with a 16.5 second reduction. Hot Wheels Ski Dome is narrowing the gap to Jordent by just over 1 second. Text VV is gaining on Rival 95 rapidly, now just under 6 seconds behind. Toadette and UTB Rival 3157 are cutting down the distance to Mr. Serious Guy by nearly 20 seconds. Komodo 3, Debut, and TTV Funny Shell Gaming are making a move towards number 1 Paul Jones, closing the gap by almost 6 seconds. S-Torn, BJ, Nukambokum, and Nalgas are gaining rapidly on Greninja, closing the gap by 9.2 seconds. Lord of the Jungle is catching up to your boy Kuz, narrowing the distance by 2 seconds. Forsengo and Sizifer are closing in on Lord of the Jungle, reducing the gap by 1.8 seconds. N4 BH, Nukambokum, and TTV Nolga 77 are rapidly closing the distance to Greninja, now just 14.7 seconds behind. Komodo 3, Debut, and TTV Funny Shell Gaming are making a strong push towards the leader Paul Jones, closing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Duff Dad and DSK Kazashuk are gaining on Electric Marie, cutting the distance by 3 seconds. Text VV is gaining on Rival 95, closing the distance significantly. Aminsan and DSK Tedis Commission are making strong moves, overtaking 3 cars now in their hunt for the 20th place. Marif Society and DS Staikas are also closing in on Chubberhodes, with their gap shrinking by 7.8 seconds. Komodo. Gaining on Paul Jones, closing to within 6.5 seconds. Debu and TTV Funny Shell Gaming are also rapidly approaching the lead driver. Ailbach is making steady progress on Fosengo, cutting the gap by almost 2 seconds. Inoya and Ricky Bobby, El Diablo, are inching closer to Greeniger, narrowing the distance by just over 2 seconds. The race stays very dynamic at the front. Looks like green, amber, red, yellow is really into those Arase moves today. Everyone's got their favorite cars and tricks, but right now, it's all about the race. Who thinks they'll take the top spot next? Congratulations to Jordan and DSA, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy on their victory. Well done. Eastern Feathers. Looks like everyone's got their favorite drivers today. Hopeland on 3 high is scaling the speed. Do you think they're going to punch into the top 3? Hey Eastern Feathers, and green, amber, red, yellow. Hope you're both having a good time watching the race. Things are heating up on the track. Stay tuned for some exciting overtakes coming up. Hey everyone, looks like we're all rooting for the cars to keep up the good race. Thanks for hanging out while the engines roar and the track heats up. Let's see who takes home the checkered flag. Congratulations to Jordan on winning the race. Great job out there. And a big shout out to Sest Foreign BSA for setting the fastest lap. You can claim the 2016 Force India RV JM09, an awesome F1 car from 2016. Also, congratulations to Anonymous Nana D3 for winning the bet race. You can claim the classic 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air, a true piece of NASCAR history. Sure. Did you know that the Spa-Francorchamps circuit is considered one of the most challenging racetracks in the world? It's famous for its incredible elevation changes and the iconic Eau Rouge corner, which is a steep uphill bend that feels like you're about to launch off the track. It's been a favorite among drivers and fans alike for decades because of its thrilling layout. Hey everyone! Just a quick reminder that at the end of each month, we'll be posting the driver stats on our Google Drive for you to check out. If you want to see your stats, just head over to our Discord and look for the link. To be included in the end of the month stats, a driver needs to have completed at least 50 races during that month. And if you want to see your current stats at any time, simply type !stats in chat, and I'll bring them up for you. Keep racing and keep having fun! Welcome back, Elias S98. Great to see you returning to the stream. Hope you're ready for some awesome car races today. Hey, everyone. If you want to request a race with a specific car class and track, just share some bits in chat. When you do that, type !requests, and a bot will reply with a link that has all the instructions on how to make your request. So, go ahead and give it a try. Hey Joey, welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you here again. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the show. Wow, that sounds fantastic. Custom career mode for Assetto Corsa and Automobilista. 2 will add so much excitement to the racing experience. Make sure to check out the Discord for all the details or type !carry rap in chat to get more information right here. I'm super excited to see how you all dive into it. Let's get back to the race now and see which cars come out on top today. Welcome back as Keista French Stars and Funya Shell Gaming. It's great to see you both again. We're about to watch some exciting AI cars race, so get comfortable and enjoy the high-speed action. Hey, Jana lost it. Welcome back to the stream. So glad to see you're back with us. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action today. Hey everyone! If you want to see the complete instructions for the stream and how everything works, just type !full guide in chat and it'll give you all the details. Feel free to ask questions if you're new to this or want to know more about the races. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now is the time. The countdown is almost finished. So make your choices before it's too late. Get ready for some exciting races. Welcome back, Bobardo. Great to have you join us again. Hope you're ready for some exciting races today. Welcome back, Fighter 3901. Great to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action. Welcome back, Arc3. Great to see you returning to the stream. Glad you could join us again for some exciting AI car racing. Sit back and enjoy the high-speed action. Wow, this is an interesting matchup. The Ferrari F12 Berlinetta, from 2012, is known for its power and balanced handling, especially with its V12 engine. It's a high-performance car that tends to excel on longer, faster tracks like Spa. On the other hand, the Toro Rosso STR4, from 2009, is a bit older and generally more agile, but it might struggle a little with top speed compared to the Ferrari. Given Sa's mix of long straightaways and challenging corners, I think Issy and the Ferrari might have a slight edge because of the raw speed and power advantage. But Guillaume's Toro Rosso could definitely make some exciting moves if the AI handles the corners well. Overall, I'd say the Ferrari has the best shot at winning this race. Hey everyone, sounds like the race is keeping us on our toes today. Glad to see things are smoothing out now. Who do you all think is gonna take the victory? Thanks so much to TV, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, for the race suggestion. The race has just begun at Spa, and in the all-random class, starting on pole is DTV, Emma of Society, Ricky Bobby, El Diablo, in a 2003 Ford Focus SB. Let's see how they do. The race begins with Fighter 3901 taking an early lead, followed closely by Gilded Sarcophagi in second place, and Askheist the French Stars in third. They're already pulling away slightly from the rest of the pack. Gilded Sarcophagi has advanced to first place, leading the race now. Mr. Serious Guy has moved into 5th position, after climbing 2 spots. Joey has also gained 1 position, and is now in 6th place. Green, amber, red, yellow is streaking forward and has just overtaken 3 cars to reach 5th place. UTB Schlitzaugergirl is also gaining momentum, moving up 3 positions to 5. Meanwhile, Elias X98 and YTB Mike continue their advance, both overtaking 3 cars each to land in the 22nd position. Robardo is steadily climbing up the ranks as well, having overtaken 3 cars to move into 23rd place. Katsishuk and UTB Eliasesk are making a strong charge, moving up to 7th place. Hugger 3 is also advancing rapidly, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 4 cars. John Dion 101 and TTV Playboy Fenty are pushing forward together, reaching 9th place with 4 cars overtaken. Tabby Hodes and YTB Big Chris Morris are making a strong push, now in 13th place after overtaking 3 cars. Robardo is also advancing rapidly, moving up 4 spots to 20. Elias 98 is climbing through the field as well, taking over 3 positions to reach 22. The race is heating up with multiple drivers making significant gains. Elias 98 is making a strong push, and has overtaken 3 cars to reach the 15th position. Meanwhile, YTB Michelst is also climbing rapidly through the pack, moving up 3 spots to take over the 15th place as well. Est4 and BHA and TTB Lord of the Jungle are progressing quickly too, both overtaking 3 cars to secure the 16th position. Elias X988 continues advancing, and has now overtaken 3 more cars, moving into the 19th spot. Elias X98 has made a strong move, and is now in 16th place. Aminzan is also progressing through the field, climbing to 18th position. Leng has advanced 4 positions and is now in the 20th spot. Chubby Hodes and YTB Big Chris Morris are gaining on green, amber, red, yellow, cutting the gap by nearly 6 seconds. Katsishuk has made a bold move, overtaking 3 cars to establish himself in 31st place. Joey is closing in on Askheist the French Stars, narrowing the distance by 140 seconds. Joey is gaining on Askheist the French Stars, cutting the gap by 3.1 seconds. Katsishuk and YTB Eliasesk are advancing 1 position to take 5th and 6th place. Chubby Hodes and YTB Big Chris Morris are also moving up 1 spot, now in 11th and 12th place. Joey is rapidly catching up to Askais the French stars, and has closed the gap by 5.4 seconds. Ilias X98 and YTB Michalst B are both closing in on green, amber, red, yellow, each narrowing the distance by 5.6 seconds. Fire Tiger 3901 is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, reducing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Kadzishuk and UTBLESS have fallen back to 12th place. Mr. Serious Guy is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars and moving up to 21st. Toatiscamishin is rapidly closing the gap on Shandion 101, cutting it down by 7.5 seconds. Kadishuk and YTBLESS are both down 10 places, now in 22nd and 21st positions. Eliazix 98 has moved up 1 place to 12th, while YTB Michalst B has also advanced 1 position to 13. Joey is gaining on Askais the French stars, trimming the gap by 1.1 seconds. Elias X98 and YTB Michalst B are also closing in on Chubahodes, cutting the distance by 1.2 seconds. Meanwhile, Mr. Serious Guy and Bobardo are engaged in a close duel for 8th place. Edelbach is gaining rapidly on Shandion 101, closing the gap by 8.30 seconds. Issy is also closing in on Shipraman, reducing the distance by 15.9 seconds. Green, amber, red, yellow, and YTB Schlitzartjo are dropping back, falling 7 positions to 41st and 42nd, respectively. Joey and Fireticker 3901 are close for 2nd place, battling hard for that position. Mr. Serious Guy is making progress and has moved up 1 spot to 5th place. Drinan and YTB Huggard 3 are also advancing, both climbing up 1 spot to share 6th place. Paul Jones is rapidly closing the gap to Naibi, cutting it down by 8.1 seconds. Hoog 3 is having a tough time and has dropped 10 places, now in 21st position. Joey is making progress and has moved up 1 spot to take 2nd place. Renan and YTB Huggard 3 are moving up the field, now both in the 5th place range. Mr. Serious Guy and Renan are battling closely for 5th place, with little room between them. Elias X98 is gaining on Chuberhodes, narrowing the gap by 2 seconds, looking to make a move soon. Edelbrock is rapidly catching Jambo, cutting the distance by 5.1 seconds. Hill 3 is having a tough time, and has dropped 8 places to 32nd position. Meanwhile, Junon and the ITB Huggard 3 are gaining ground on Askais the French stars, narrowing their gap by 3.2 seconds. Hogarth 3's lead is being threatened as someone is gaining rapidly, closing the gap by 8.1 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and White BB Schlitzogel are making strong moves, reducing the distance to Suzanne Greenberg by 13.6 seconds. Katishok and YTB Aliasesk are also on the attack, closing in on Green, Amber, Red, Yellow with an 11.6 second reduction. Naiba and YTB dominate Tour 9. 1059 are gaining quickly on Alex Haddock, closing the distance by 5.2 seconds. Katishuk is rapidly approaching Edelbach, cutting down the gap by 5.3 seconds. Hugot 3 is closing in on Funyeshel Gaming with a significant reduction of 9.6 seconds. Renon and UTB Huggard 3 are gaining on Fire Tiger 3901, narrowing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Kisona Music is catching up to Chubahodes, closing the distance by 6 seconds. Edelbach is rapidly approaching Jambo, cutting the gap by 10.1 seconds. Chip Berman is rapidly approaching Sean Dion 101 and has cut the gap by 10.7 seconds. Joey is making progress on Gilded Sarcophagus and has reduced the distance by 3.5 seconds. As Keister French Stars is closing in on Drenon, narrowing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Cole Jones is rapidly approaching Naibi and has cut the gap by nearly 10 seconds. Chip Broman is gaining on Sean Dion 101 with a 5.7 second reduction. Howard 3 is closing in on Set 4 and B's edge, narrowing the distance by 11.2 seconds. Toadette Commission is narrowing the distance to Elias X98 rapidly, cutting the gap by 7.40 seconds. Hugger 3 is also making progress on Est4 and BJ, reducing the difference by 8.9 seconds. Meanwhile, Joey is gaining ground on Guild Sarcophagy with a 1.6 second faster lap. Joey is rapidly closing the distance to Gilded Sarcophagy, cutting the gap by 6.44 seconds. Elias 98 is also making big moves, reducing the lead of number 1 Paul Jones by 7.1 seconds. Meanwhile, Chip Roman has gained impressive ground, passing 5 cars to move up to 21st place. Renon and the 8BP Hugger 3 are making a move up the field, now in 3rd place. Alex Haddock is also advancing, moving into 4th position. Naiba and UTB Dominator 9059 are climbing into 7th place. Renon and YTB Hugger 3 are gaining fast on Joey, closing the distance by over 6 seconds. Kisuna Music has made a strong move, overtaking 4 cars to reach 8th place. Hugged 3 is closing in rapidly on Shondion 101, narrowing the gap by almost 10 seconds. Hugged 3 is gaining on Shondion 101, and the gap is now just under 8 seconds. Someone is closing rapidly on Cax TV, cutting down the distance by over 13 seconds. Katsushuk and YTBLESS are both closing in on Everlasting Apex with significant speed, reducing their gaps by nearly 15 seconds. Edelbach is gaining on Jambo, cutting the distance by 6.8 seconds. Hugged 3 is making a move on Shondion 101, with a 9.1 second gap reduction. Katsushuk and UTBLESS are closing in fast on Everlasting Apex, decreasing their gap by 13.6 seconds. Reno and YTB Hugged 3 are gaining rapidly on Joey, cutting the distance by 8.8 seconds. Chubby Rhodes and YTB Big Chris Morris are closing in on LESS 98, narrowing the gap by 18.8 seconds. Kisuna Music is making a move on Edelbach, decreasing the gap by 5.5 seconds. Alex Haddock is now just behind Renone, gaining 2.1 seconds in the last few laps. Number 1 Paul Jones is also closing the gap on Askeis the French Stars, reducing it by 2.2 seconds. Amundsen has advanced 1 position, and is now in 10th place. Renan and UATB Hugged 3 are gaining on Joey, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Paul Jones is closing in on Askeis the French Stars, narrowing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is also making moves on Eve and Jane, reducing the space between them by 1.5 seconds. Paul Jones is rapidly catching Askeis the French Stars, closing the gap by 7.5 seconds. Kisana Music is gaining on Edelbach, reducing the distance by 11.9 seconds. Chip Broman is narrowing the gap on Issy, cutting it down by 7.40 seconds. Eliasx 98 is closing in on Paul Jones, cutting the distance to just under 9 seconds. Kisuna Music is gaining on Edelbach and is now a little over 5 seconds behind. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and UATB Schlitzojo are both reducing the gap to Everlasting Apex, now less than 8.3 seconds apart. Amundsen is rapidly gaining on Paul Jones, closing the gap by nearly 13 seconds. Todet's Mission is inching closer to Electric Ray, narrowing the distance by almost 6 seconds. Katsushuk is also making progress towards Chubby Rhodes, cutting the gap by roughly 5.5 seconds. Katsushuk and YTB LESS are now just a few seconds behind Nth1 BSJ, gaining rapidly. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and YTB Schlitzauto are also closing in on everlasting apex, inching closer. Alex Haddock is steadily decreasing the gap to Druno, the distance shrinking significantly. Elias X98 and UTB Mike Husby are gaining fast, now just 7.9 seconds behind Barbado. Helgut 3 is closing in on Kisana Music, cutting the gap by 5.5 seconds. Kazushok and YTB Elias Esk are on the move, overtaking 3 cars and moving up to occupy the 29th position. Naiba and ITBB dominate. Domizon 59 are rapidly catching up to Alex Haddock, cutting the distance by 16.8 seconds. Todetta's Commission is also making a move on ENG, shrinking the gap by 15.2 seconds. Meanwhile, Shipperman is gaining on Issy, closing the gap by 6.5 seconds. MD is closing rapidly on Mr. Serious Guy, cutting the gap by 8.8 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and YTB Schlitz Tojo are narrowing the distance to Everlasting Apex, reducing the gap by 19.2 seconds. Renan and YTB Bahugard 3 are making progress towards Gilda Kofuchi, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Todetta's Commission is closing in on EVNG rapidly, reducing the gap by 8.2 seconds. Elias X98 has gained 1 position and moved up to 14th place. Aminsan has made a strong move up 2 places, now sitting in 16th place. Barbado is rapidly gaining on Kazushuk, closing in by 6.6 seconds. Kazushuk and YBB Elias Esk are both closing the gap, with Sean Dion 101, reducing it by 9.2 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and YBB Schlitzujo are also catching up, narrowing the distance by 10.5 seconds. Kazushuk is gaining on Jana Lost It, cutting the distance rapidly. Kazushuk and YTB Elias Esk are closing the gap to Shandion 1 with strong pace. Potatoes Quilts and TTV Naga 77 are making a move towards Todette, narrowing the lead. Kazushuk and YTB ESS are rapidly catching up to Shandion 101. The gap is narrowing by 6.30 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and YTB Schlitzorgo are also closing in, cutting down the distance by 5.9 seconds. Electric Mary and Dia Sky Hilgud 3 are gaining on Askai's French Stars, reducing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Meanwhile, Electric Mary, DSA Hugot 3, and Ask Heist the French Stars are in a close fight for 9th place. Alex Haddock is gaining on Elias X98, closing the distance by 7.4 seconds. Bobardo is narrowing the gap to Kazishuk by 6.2 seconds. Kisuna Music is making a move on Edelbrock, reducing the space between them by 8.7 seconds. Edelbrock is rapidly catching Jambo, cutting the distance by 9.7 seconds. Kazishuk and Yuri B. Eliasesk are closing in on Shondion Hund, narrowing the gap by 5.6 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and YTB Shits Audio are gaining on Toadette, reducing the gap by 5.4 seconds. Elias X98 and YTB Michael Spee are gaining fast on Toadette's commission, cutting the distance by 14.4 seconds. Kazishuk and YTB Eliasesk are closing in on Shondion 1, reducing the gap by 8.7 seconds. Naiba and YTB Dominain 1059 are inching closer to Amundsen, shrinking the gap by 2.1 seconds. Paul Jones is now just a few seconds behind Fire Tiger 3901, closing the gap steadily. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining ground on the other Mr. Serious Guy, catching up quickly. Kazishuk and YTB EASS are both narrowing in on Shondion 101, making significant progress. Joey is rapidly gaining on Gold Sarcophagi, cutting the distance by 9 seconds. Naiba and UTB dominate R9. 1059 are both closing the gap on Amundsen, each reducing the distance by over 5 seconds. Toadette is making a strong move towards Potato Scolds, narrowing the gap by 7.6 seconds. Jambo is rapidly closing the gap to Kazishuk, Noah just behind by a significant margin. Alex Haddock has moved up one spot into 4th place. Number 1 Paul Jones is narrowing the distance to Fire Tiger 3901, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. Roberto is rapidly gaining on Chubby Hodes, chipping away at the gap by 7.7 seconds. Shondion 101 and TTV Playboy Fenty are closing in on Edelbach, narrowing the distance by 15.1 seconds. Kazishuk and YTB Eliasesk are also making a move on Shondion 101, cutting the gap down by 11.4 seconds. Bobardo is rapidly catching Mr. Serious Guy, narrowing the gap steadily. Everlasting Apex is making a strong push, closing in on their target quickly. Naiba and YTB dominate on M59, are both gaining on Alex Haddock, reducing the distance between them by a noticeable 2.4 seconds. Alex Haddock is rapidly catching up to Drunon, closing the distance by 11.5 seconds. Kisuna Music is gaining on Toadette's commission, narrowing the gap by over 5 seconds. Elias X98 is inching closer to Naib, reducing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Elias 98 is rapidly catching up to Naibi, cutting the gap by 7.7 seconds, looking to make a move soon. Kisona Music is closing in on Toad at his commission, reducing the distance by 6.6 seconds as they prepare for a potential overtake. Green Amber, Red Yellow and YTB Schlitzojo are both closing in on Cax TV, narrowing the gap significantly by 19 seconds and setting up an exciting battle for position. Renon and UTB Huggard 3 are rapidly catching up to Joey, closing the distance by nearly 10 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and YTB Schlitzojo are gaining on Text TV, closing in by over 6 seconds. Gang and Fire Takura 3, 901, are engaged in a close fight for 8th place, staying within a few car lengths of each other. Katsushuk and YB Eliasesk are rapidly gaining on Elbach, cutting the gap to just 9.4 seconds. Ship Roman is closing in on Shandiyong, 101, making up 5.6 seconds now. Meanwhile, Green Amber, Red Yellow and YTB Schlitzojo are narrowing down on Cax2, reducing their separation by 5.30 seconds. Renon and YB Huggard 3 are gaining on Joey, cutting the gap by 5.2 seconds. Naiba and UTB dominate on 1059 are closing in on Renon, narrowing the distance by 8.8 seconds. Number 1 Paul Jones is catching Amundsen, reducing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy advances to 8th place, closing in on the top spots. As Keister French Stars moves into 12th position, gaining ground. Top. Electric Mary and DSI Hugo 3 both climb 1 place each, now sharing 13th and 14th spots respectively. As Kaiser French Stars is gaining rapidly on Fire Tiger 3900, cutting the gap by 16.2 seconds. Eliasix 988 is narrowing the distance to 9, reducing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Yana Lasted is climbing the standings, moving up 2 places to take 9th position. Electric Mary and DSI Hugo 3 are gaining rapidly on Askai's French Stars, closing the gap by almost 14 seconds. N-Star and BJ and TTB Lord of the Jungle are making the move on Issy, cutting the distance by over 7 seconds. Joey is steadily catching Gilded Sarcophagy, narrowing the space by about 1.4 seconds. Renon and UTB Huggard 3 are gaining ground on Joey, cutting the distance by 9.1 seconds. Elias 988 is making a push on Naibi, closing the gap by 9.4 seconds. Chubbyhoids and YTB Big Chris Morris are both charging towards Electric Marie, narrowing the gap by 8.1 seconds. Yambo is gaining on Bobardo rapidly, cutting the gap by 5.30 seconds. Hugger 3 has moved up one position to take 17th place. Aerobach is closing in on Kazashuk, reducing their gap by 140 seconds. Electric Mary and DSIQ Hugo 3 are gaining rapidly on Askheist the French Stars, closing the distance by 11.1 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is closing in on Chubbahodes, decreasing the gap by 6.5 seconds. Renan and YTB Huggard 3 are both closing on Joey, narrowing the gap by 340 seconds. Naiba and YTB Dominator 9059 are rapidly catching up to Drinon, narrowing the distance by 6.5 seconds. Toadette is also gaining ground on an unnamed opponent, closing in by 12.1 seconds. Number 1 Paul Jones is making progress towards Aminson, cutting the gap by just over 1 second. Chip Broman is quickly gaining on Sean Dion 101, cutting the gap by 6.30 seconds. Elias X988 is closing in on Naibi, reducing the distance by 2.9 seconds. Number 1 Paul Jones is making a move on Aminson, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Electric Mary and DS Sky Hugo 3 are making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 10th place. Joey is narrowing the distance to Gilza Kofajai, cutting the gap by 3.4 seconds. Meanwhile, Drinon and UTB Huggard 3 are closing the distance to Joey, reducing their gap by 1.2 seconds. Electric Marie and DS Sky Hugo 3 are rapidly gaining on Fire Tiger 3901, cutting the distance by 6.30 seconds. Alex Haddock is closing in fast on Adelbach, reducing their gap by 9.6 seconds. Everlasting Apex is also making strong progress, closing the gap by 11.7 seconds on the current leader, or next racer ahead. Askheist the French Stars is now closing the gap to Electric Marie by 5.2 seconds. Alex Haddock is gaining on Edelbach, cutting the lead by 10 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow and YTB Schlitzoja are both closing in on Toadette, reducing the gap by 7.1 seconds. Elias 98 is gaining on Naibe, trimming the gap by 1.4 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy is catching up to Paul Jones, closing the distance by 2.1 seconds. Fire Tiger 3901 is inching closer to Mr. Serious Guy, reducing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Naiba and YTB Dominator 9059 are gaining on Drinon, closing the gap by 7.3 seconds. Electric Mary and Dia Sky Huger 3 are making progress on Fire Tiger 3901, cutting the distance by 5 seconds. Alex Haddock is closing in on Edelbach rapidly, reducing the gap by 11.4 seconds. Naiba and Yait B dominate on 9:59, are gaining fast on Drenan, closing the distance by nearly 18 seconds. Alex Haddock is also moving closer to Edelbach with a reduction of about 9.3 seconds. Amunsan is edging closer to Elias X8, closing in by just under 2 seconds. Joey is gaining on Gilded Sarcophagi, cutting the distance by 2 seconds. Askeis the French Stars is closing the gap to Electric Mary, reducing it by 3.5 seconds. Kisana Music has moved up 2 positions to reach 13th place. Kisa Music is rapidly gaining on Chuggerhodes, closing the distance by 2.4 seconds. Haga 3 is also making steady progress on Edelbach, narrowing the gap by 2 seconds. Meanwhile, Kadzashuk and YTB LESS are both closing in on Haga 3, each reducing the gap by 3.4 seconds. The race for position is tightening up across the board. Green, amber, red, yellow is rapidly closing the gap on Toadette, narrowing it by 6.6 seconds and getting closer to that lead pack. Yeet Bay Schlitzalgago is making a strong move forward, aiming to overtake Toadette soon. Naiba and YDB dominating 1059 are gaining speed and closing in on Dranon, cutting their gap by 3.3 seconds. Ayman-san is charging up behind Elias X98, reducing the distance by 1.9 seconds. Stay tuned for more overtakes and position changes. Amundsen is rapidly catching up to Elias X98, closing the gap by 5.7 seconds. Electric Mary and DSC Hugo 3 are making a strong move, cutting down the distance to Fire Tiger 3901 by 7.2 seconds. Toadette's commission is gaining ground on Mr. Serious Guy, reducing the gap significantly by 13.30 seconds. Elias X988 is closing in quickly on Naibe, cutting the gap by 5.5 seconds. Alex Haddock is gaining on Edelbach, reducing the distance by 8.1 seconds. Naibe and Yite B Dominator 9059 are both closing in on Dranon, shrinking their gap by 3.1 seconds. Bobardo is gaining rapidly on Kisana Music, closing the gap by 20 seconds. Alex Haddock is almost on Edelbach's tail, reducing the distance by over 6 seconds. Joey is catching up to Gilded Sarcophagi, narrowing the gap by just over 1 second. Issy is gaining rapidly on Funya Shell Gaming, cutting the gap down by nearly 6 seconds. Elias X988 is closing in on Naibe with a 2-second gain. In the battle for the 12th position, Alias X988, ITB Mokostby, and Chubberhodes are closely packed, fighting for those spots. Bobardo is gaining on Key Sound and Music, cutting the gap to just over 6 seconds. Alex Haddock is closing in on Kazushuk, narrowing the distance by nearly 7 seconds. Neither and UTB dominate. 1059 are both catching up to Jernone, reducing their gap by 130 seconds. Congratulations to Gilded Sarcophagi on their victory. Well done. Congratulations to Gilded Sarcophagi for winning the race. Great job out there. And special shoutouts to Ian Jean for winning the bet race, and Mr. Serious Guy for making the most overtakes. You all did an amazing job today, and now you get to claim a 2009 Toro Rosso STR4. Well done, everyone. Did you know that the 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air is famous for its iconic tail fins and stylish chrome accents. It's often considered one of the most classic and collectible cars from the 1950s. This car really captures the spirit of that era with its bold design and vibrant colors. Hey, everyone. The time to choose your car is almost up, so make sure you pick your favorite quickly. We're about to get these races started, so don't miss out on the excitement. Get your selections in now before it's too late. Welcome back, old Manando. It's so great to see you return. Hope you've been doing well. Stay tuned because we're about to watch some exciting AI cars race against each other. Make yourself comfortable and enjoy the show. Welcome back, Hannah88. Glad to see you back in the stream. Hope you're ready for some exciting racing action today. Alright. I see Ricky Bobby El Diablo has more races under their belt, with 94 compared to Kuzi's 36. Even though Ricky has only a few wins with 3, their experience might give them an edge at Indianapolis Superspeedway. Kuz has fewer races and wins, but sometimes less experienced drivers can surprise us. Based on the stats, I would lean towards Ricky Bobby El Diablo because of the greater experience. But this is always unpredictable with cars competing head-to-head. Let's see how they perform in the race. so much to TTV, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, for the race request. The race is underway at Indianapolis Superspeedway. Our pole sitter is the classic NASCAR car, driven by Bottom Alexby, a gorgeous 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Stay tuned for some exciting racing. The race has just kicked off, and Alexby is leading the pack. Renan is holding a strong second place, with Wolf of Eco close behind in third. The top three are all maintaining their positions as they settle into the start of this exciting race. Renan and Imalex are nose to tail at the front, battling for the lead. Shikamaru has advanced 2 positions, and is now in third. Wolf of Eco and Shikamaru are close behind each other, fighting for the third spot. Hoga 3 is making a strong move, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Sayuviola Grace is also on the rise, advancing to 11th position with 3 successful overtakes. APR Dope is gaining ground as well, moving up to 14th after passing 3 opponents. The race is heating up with multiple drivers making significant progress. Ricky Bobby El Diablo is making a strong move, advancing 3 positions to sit in 19th place. Lord of the Jungle is surging forward, passing 9 cars to reach 21st place. Bobardo is also gaining ground, moving up 3 spots to 24th. AP Dope is making a strong push, passing 4 cars to move into 9th place. Sayuviola Grace is having a tough time, dropping back 7 spots to 18. Mr. Serious Guy is climbing up fast, overtaking 4 cars to reach 22nd position. Wolf of Eco is cutting the distance to Hugger 3 significantly, narrowing the gap by 8 seconds. Kaner 88 continues to advance rapidly, overtaking 3 cars and claiming 4th place. Bobardo is also on the move, passing 4 cars and climbing up to 21st position. Estforn BRJ has gained 3 positions and is now in 3rd place. Esley is also climbing through the pack, moving up 3 spots to 7. Vickers Morris has made a significant jump, overtaking 5 cars and landing in 8th place. Bobardo has gained 4 positions and now holds the 16th place. Fire to Gear 3,900, and 1 has moved ahead by 3 cars, settling into 18th position. Number 1 Paul Jones has also gained 3 places, now in 21st position. Kaner 88 is making a strong push, passing 3 cars to reach 2nd place. Dr. Nefarious 217 is closing the gap on Mr. Serious Guy, shaving off 9.1 seconds. Suzanne Greenberg is having a tough time, dropping back 13 spots to 26th. Wolf of Eco is now less than 2 seconds behind Shikamaru. Esley has cut the distance to Wolf of Eco by 1.6 seconds. Tia Viola Grace has moved up one position into 8th place. Darigaz is making a strong push, moving up quickly, and now is in 4th place, overtaking 6 cars. Kisa Music is also climbing through the field, gaining 3 positions to settle in 9th place. Meanwhile, Estform BST is encountering some trouble, dropping back 12 positions, and now sits in 16th place. Estform BJ is dropping back and now sits in 24th place. Shiproman is gaining ground on Dranone, cutting the deficit by nearly 6 seconds. Canna 88 continues to close the gap on Limelec speed, reducing it by just over a second. Bobado has made a strong move, and is now in 1st place after overtaking 11 cars. Esley is closing the gap to Wolf of Echo, cutting it down by 7.7 seconds. Meanwhile, Dr. Nefarious 217 is gaining ground quickly, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 19th position. Congratulations to Imilex on your victory. Well done and great driving. Wow, great job to Ilex for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And congratulations to Emin Sound for getting the fastest lap and for making the most overtakes. You really showed some skill out there. Enjoy your new 1957 Chevrolet Bel Air. Ricky Bobby El Diablo, congratulations on winning the bet race as well. That was a close one. Everyone did an amazing job today. Did you know that the 1989 Audi 94 IMSA GTO was famous for its advanced all-wheel drive system? It gave the car incredible traction and stability on the track, which was a huge advantage in racing conditions. This technology later influenced many modern Audi vehicles we see today. It's pretty amazing how racing innovations can translate to regular cars. Hey everyone, just a quick reminder that the time to select your cars is almost up. Make sure you get your picks in soon. so you don't miss out on the fun. After this, the race will start shortly. Welcome back, Mizumi. Glad to see you back in the stream. We've got some exciting AI car races happening now, so sit back and enjoy the show. Oh, this is a fun one. With Kisana Music having a lot more races under their belt and a few wins, they seem to have some experience on their side. Even though their win rate isn't super high, their consistency might give them an edge here. On the other hand, Grogudin doesn't have much info available, so it's hard to judge their skill level. Given the details, I'd say Kisona Music might have a slight advantage just because of their race experience. But don't count Grogudin. Sometimes a little mystery can lead to surprises. Let's see how it turns out. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at Horsma Raceway. But Hadishuk, starting on pole, is driving a classic 1989 Ford RS 200 EMSAE GTO. Looks like it's going to be an exciting race. Kazushuk has shot into the lead, right from the start. Junon is holding a strong second place. Mizumi has made a solid push, and is currently in third position. The race is already showing some exciting early moves. Suzanne Greenberg is making a strong move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Squat Bender has gained 1 position, now holding 3rd place. Meanwhile, Squat Bender and Drenone are locked in a close fight for 2nd place, staying very tight on each other's tails. Dunpeel 13 is facing difficulties and has dropped 20 positions to 29th place. Kana 88 and Belthena the Beast are contesting closely for 7th position. Frogsworth is making progress and has moved up 1 spot into 9th place. Dunpeel 13 has made an impressive charge, passing 28 cars to grab the lead and take 1st place. Kazushuk is closely chasing, and they are engaged in a tight battle for the top spot. Meanwhile, Sheroga Mamisach and Bobardo are also engaged in a close duel, fighting over the 13th position. Katst BV is making a strong push, passing 3 cars to move into 25th place. Kazushuk continues his ascent, climbing 1 position to take the lead. Elash Jinon also moves up 1 spot, securing 2nd place behind Kazushuk. Katz TV is making a strong move, passing 3 cars to reach 22nd place. Dunpeel 13 is gaining fast on Mr. Serious Guy, narrowing the gap by nearly 12 seconds. Squatbender and Genome are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Kisuna Music has made a huge move and is now in 1st place. They overtook 18 cars to get there. Shortly after, Kisuna Music advanced even further, overtaking 24 cars to climb into 2nd place. Belthing the Beast is facing challenges and has dropped back 19 positions, currently in 26th place. Suzanne Greenberg is gaining speed and has overtaken 4 cars to move into 8th place. Someone is making a strong push, overtaking 5 cars to reach 10th place. Maref Society is also advancing rapidly, passing 3 cars to settle into 15th place. Squatbender and Janone are closely contesting for 2nd place. Someone and Frogsworth are engaged in a tight battle for 9th position. Komodo 3 and Cherogamerazak are dueling for the 13th spot. Belfineth the Beast has made a remarkable climb to 1st place after overtaking 22 cars. Messiah 6 God is gaining on Babada, decreasing the distance by 6.1 seconds. Renan is catching up to Belfineth the Beast, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. We now have a close fight for the lead between Drinon and Belfineth the Beast. Lobardo is rapidly closing the gap to Belfineth East, cutting it down by 11.1 seconds. Renan has moved up 1 position to take the lead, now in 1st place. Squatbender also advanced one spot, now in second place. Squatbender and Dranon are engaged in a close battle for the top position. MF Society has fallen back to 22nd place. Messiah 6 God is gaining on Barbado, cutting the gap by 5.4 seconds. Fire Tigger 3901 is advancing one spot and now holds 5th place. Congratulations, Dranon! Great job on winning the race. Wow! Congratulations to Dranon for winning the race. That's an amazing achievement. Well done! And a special shout out to the one and only Mr. Serious Guy for getting the fastest lap. You can claim the 1999 Lotus Esprit GT1 GTO. Enjoy your new car. Hey everyone, Just a quick reminder that the time to pick your cars is almost up. Make sure you choose your favorites before it's too late. Get those selections in so we can get the race started soon. This is an interesting matchup for sure. The 2012 RUF CTR3 is known for its impressive handling and power, thanks to its lightweight construction and turbocharged engine. On the other hand, the 2009 BMW 134 JAT 5th 8 might have a bit more raw power with that V8 engine, but it could struggle with agility on a track like Chang. Considering the car choices, and what I know about these models, I'd lean slightly towards Dalepack 41 in the RUF CTR3 because of its precision and balance. But, as always with AI racing, anything can happen. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off here at Chang Track. Botja Kiraman is starting on pole with a 2020 Porsche 935. Things are about to get exciting. Kiraman has taken an early lead, holding the first position. The one and only Mr. Serious Guy is in second place, closely trailing behind. Yunan is currently in third place, fighting to stay within the top three. K-Bumper is rapidly advancing, passing 3 cars to reach the 15th place. Kenner 88 and Dailapak 41 are closely fighting for 5th position. Meanwhile, Komodo 3 and Kazashuk are locked in a tight duel for 7th place. Kisona Music is making a strong push, passing 3 cars to reach the 7th place. Cats TV is also climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to move into 8th position. Robardo is gaining ground, passing 5 cars and advancing to the 13th place. Commodore 3 gains 1 position, moving into 11th place. K-Bumper also moves up 1 spot, now in 15th. Fightiger 3901 and Blackbeard are closely fighting for 17th, with just a narrow gap between them. Kenner 88 and That's Altis Arena are now racing side by side for 4th place. K-Bumper and Shron are still close in their fight for 14th position. Blackbeard has gained 1 position and is now in 16th place. Alexandria has made a strong move, and is now in 14th place after overtaking 5 cars. Billy is gaining on Rekoharu G, bringing the gap down by 6.5 seconds. Dalapak 41 is also closing in on Kana 88, cutting the distance by 2.8 seconds. The battle between Dalapak 41 and Kana 88 for 5th place remains very tight. Caxt VV is advancing to 6th place. Robardo is climbing 2 positions up to 9th place. Firetiger 3, 901, and K-Bumper are in a close duel for 15th place. Caxt VV is advancing to 5th place. Dalapak 41 has moved into 6th place. Kisona Music is now in 7th place. Kena 88 is making a strong push, passing 4 cars to reach 5th place. Komodo 3 advances 1 spot to take 12th. Debut and Komodo 3 are closely battling for the 12th position. Kisona Music is climbing fast, overtaking 3 cars to reach a position around 19. K-Bumper is having a tough time, dropping back 13 places to 28. Bobardo is making progress, moving up 2 positions into 7th place. Renan and Mr. Serious Guy are locked in a close fight for 2nd place. Alexandria has moved up 1 spot to 12th position. Narif Society is closing in on debut, trimming the gap by 1.1 seconds. Congratulations! Great job on winning the race, Yakiraman. Wow! Congratulations to Batya Kairaman on winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. Great job to everyone who participated today. And a special shout out to Babado for the most overtakes. You can claim the 2015 Ferrari FXXK, a true beast on the track. Enjoy your new ride. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Deep Forest Raceway Reverse has many twists and turns that require precise steering and quick responsiveness. A car with good cornering capabilities and balance will perform better here than just raw speed. It's also helpful if the car can maintain stability at higher speeds through those sharp corners. Overall, a vehicle that can adapt to the tricky, winding nature of this reverse layout will have the advantage. Looks like everyone's figuring out the tiers and bots today. I'm just here to watch these machines race around Deep Forest Raceway. Not sure if I could keep up with all this bot tier talk, but it's fun to see you all so involved. Let's see which car the AI picks next. Looks like the chat is a bit confused about the tier. No worries, friends. That just means the cars are still early in the race, or maybe just setting up. Stick around, it's gonna get exciting. Haha, I get that. Kisuna music. Racing AI can be pretty wild sometimes. Just sit back and enjoy the chaos. Not like this, indeed. Hey everyone! Remember, you can take a screenshot of the race in progress by redeeming your channel points during a race. All the best shots will be uploaded to our Instagram page, so make sure to capture those exciting moments. Just type !Instagram in chat, and the bot will ping you with the link. Happy racing and snapping! Wow, that sounds amazing. Custom career modes can really add a whole new layer of fun to racing games. If you're interested in trying something fresh and exciting, definitely check out the Discord for more details or type !carrier app in chat. I'm sure it's going to be a fantastic experience for everyone who loves racing simulation. Welcome back, Lord Whiskasoft Luffyberg. It's so great to see you return to the stream. We've got some exciting AI car races happening right now, so you're just in time for the action. Make yourself comfortable and enjoy the race. Hey everyone! Since there's no music playing right now, I want to encourage you to put on your own favorite soundtrack while watching the race. It's a great way to get more immersed and have some fun. So, tell me, what music are you guys listening to while watching the stream today? Hey, everyone! Welcome to the stream. If you're just tuning in, we're watching race cars driven by artificial intelligence compete against each other. This whole thing is completely automated, so there's no human driving involved. Just sit back and enjoy the high-speed action as the AI cars battle it out on the track. Glad to have you here, and feel free to ask questions or cheer for your favorite car. Alright everyone, The clock is almost out. Make sure to pick your favorite car before time runs out. Don't miss your chance to cheer for your top pick. Welcome back, Nightcrawler Chi. So glad to see you return. Hope you're ready for some exciting car races today. Alright everyone, this race is a reward for the epic hype train earlier. We're at Deep Forest Raceway Reverse Track, and leading the pack at the start is TTV, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, driving a 2018 Lexus LC 500, a car from 2010, and up slow cars class. Let's see how he does. The race kicks off with Mr. Serious Guy taking the lead from the start. Electric and May and DTV de Glesta, Donkeychute, are right behind in second and third places. Eminson and Yit B Huggard 3 are close together, battling for the fourth position. Paul Jones and Lord Whisker Soflufiberg are fiercely contesting the sixth position with close driving. Nightcrawler Eke advances one spot, now holding the 13th place. Kazishuk, UTB Jet 4, and Nightcrawler Seki are all battling for 13th position, staying very tight. Drinan, UTB, Big Chris Morris and Gilded Sarcophagi are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Nightcrawler Eke has gained one position and is now in 12th. Komodo 3, UTB Kisuna Music, Amy and Nightcrawler CCA are contending strongly around the 12th position. Jumbo and TTV Joey are making a strong push, overtaking 3 cars to reach 15th place. Lord Whisker Soflufiberg is climbing steadily, moving up one spot to occupy the 5th position. Bobardo and TTV Issy are also gaining ground, advancing 1 place to 10. Gilded Sarcophagi and DTV Funny Shell Gaming are advancing to 7th place. Rinon and Yoik Baby Big Chris Morris are climbing to 8th place. Jambo and TTV Joey are moving up to 14th place. Green Amber Red Yellow is driving a 2018 Alpine A110 Michel. They are currently in the 18th place and maintaining consistent pace behind Kisona Music. The race is tight, with no major moves yet. Duff Dad, DSK, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, and TTV Playboy Fenty are all climbing up 1 position each to take the 5th place. Drinon and Yite BB Big Chris Morris are also advancing 1 spot to move into 7. Meanwhile, Kazashuk, UTB Jet 4 and Komodo 3 are locking in a close fight for 11th position. Kazishuk and UTB Jet 4 are advancing 1 place to take the 11th position. Nightcrawler Erky is also moving up 1 spot to occupy the 12th position. Yambo and TTV Joey are climbing 2 spots to reach the 13th position. Lord Whisker Soflufiberg has advanced to 5th place, closing in on the top 4. Kisuna Music has moved up to 17th position. The race is shifting quietly but steadily. Duff Dad, Deske, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, and TTV Playboy Fenty are all advancing 2 positions each, now in the top 4. Number 1, Paul Jones, is climbing 1 spot, settling into 8th place. Gilded Sarcophagi, TTV, Funny Shell Gaming, and Paul Jones are tightly packed around 8, battling closely for position. Nightcrawler Erica is now in 8th place, steadily climbing through the field. Yambo and TTV Joey, both advancing 1 spot each, are now in 10th and 11th, respectively. Meanwhile, Caxt VV, Sky Fire Tiger, 901, and Komodo Threak are engaged at for 14th place. The battle among them is heating up as they jockey for position. Poke3 is making strong progress, passing 3 cars to reach 13th place. Lord Whiskersoft Luffyberg continues moving up the field, now in 3rd place. Renon and YTB Big Chris Morris are both climbing 1 position each, now in 6th position. Kisuna Music is now in 16th place, climbing 1 spot. Teal, Green Amber, Red Yellow, and TT Vacana, 88, each move up 1 place to take 18. Renon and YBB Big Chris Morris are both advancing 1 position each, now in 5th and 6th places, respectively. Nightcrawler Reka is also climbing, moving up to 7th place. The race is getting tighter. Nightcrawler Erica advances to 6th place, gaining a position. Jumbo and DTV, Joey also move up 1 place, now holding 8. Kazishok and YTB Jetfall climb 2 positions, settling in 9th. Lord of the Jungle is driving a 2018 Volkswagen Golf R, known for its versatile performance and all-wheel drive. Currently in the 8th place, they are slightly behind the leaders, but maintaining steady pace with a best lap of 1 minute, 36 seconds. Kisuna Music has gained 2 spots and is now in the 14th place. Bobardo, TTV Issy, and Kisuna Music are closely battling for the same position, fighting for Portine. Electric Murray and TTV de Gloucester Hardunkichud are now in 1st place. Duff Dad, Deskill One and Only, Mr. Serious Guy, and TTV Playboy Fenty are gaining on Lord Whiskersoft Fluffyberg, narrowing the distance by 3.7 seconds. Nightcrawler RK is catching up to Drenone, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Lord Whiskersoft Fluffyberg is quickly gaining on Mr. Serious Guy, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Yambo and TTV Joey are climbing up to 7th place, moving up one position. Kisuna Music is narrowing the distance to Hugger 3, reducing the gap by 1.7 seconds. Amundsen is driving a 2012 BMW M5, known for its strong performance and balance. They are currently in 8th place, maintaining a steady pace with a fastest lap of 1:34.269. The race around them seems competitive with some overtakes happening ahead. Duff Dad, DSK, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, and TTV Playboy Fenty are all gaining on Lord Whisker Soflufiberg, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Bobardo and TTV Issy have moved up one position to take the 14th place. Green Amber Red Yellow and TTV Kana, 88, are also closing in on Gilded Sarcophagy, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow and TTV Canner, 88 are making a strong surge, overtaking 4 cars to reach 12th place. Renan and YTB Big Chris Morris are both climbing one position each, now in 4th and 5th respectively. Nike Crawlerike is also advancing, moving up one spot into 5th place. Komodo Threak and Yaiti Kisuna Music and Amy are making aggressive moves, overtaking 3 cars to reach the 14th position. Lord of the Jungle is also gaining ground, passing 4 cars to move into 15th place. Meanwhile, Cax TV and DS Sky, Fire Tiger 3900, and A1 have advanced 2 spots to seat themselves in 13th position. Jumbo and TTV Joey are getting closer to Nightcrawler CK, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Number 1 Paul Jones is narrowing the gap to Amundsen, gaining 1.6 seconds. Lord Whisker Soflufiberg is gaining on Mr. Serious Guy, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. Amundsen and Yaiti Bay Huggard 3 are closing in on Katishuk, reducing their gap slightly. Hug 3 is intensifying the chase behind Suzanne Greenberg, closing in by 2.5 seconds. Mr. Serious Guy deposes into first place, climbing one spot to take the lead. Duff Dad DSK and TTV Play Fenty are steadily gaining on Lord of the Jungle, narrowing the gap by 130 seconds. The battle for the top is intensifying as they approach closely behind. Lord Whisker Soflufiberg advances to 2nd place. Nightcrawler climbs 2 spots into 3rd. Jumbo and TTV Joey also move up 2 places, now sharing 4th position. Green, Amber, Red, Yellow, and TTV Canner 88 are making a strong move, advancing 3 positions to take the 9th place. Caxt VV and DSA Fire Tiger 3901 are also climbing quickly, overtaking 3 cars to secure the 10th position. Code 3 has gained 1 position, now holding 8th place. Kisuna Music is closing the gap on Suzanne Greenberg, cutting it down by 18.4 seconds. Komodo 3, UTB Kisuna Music and Amy are each moving up 1 position, now positioned for 11th place. Lord of the Jungle advances 2 places, now in 13th spot. Yambo and TTV Joey are gaining on Nightcrawler CK. The gap is shrinking quickly. Howard 3 is closing in on number 1 Paul Jones with a strong push. Duff Dad along with DSA, the one and only, Mr. Serious Guy and TTV Playboy Fenty are all closing the distance to Lord of the Jungle rapidly. Jumbo and TTV Joey are advancing 1 position to reach 3rd place. Duff Dad, Descale the one and only, Mr. Serious Guy and TTV Playboy Fenty are narrowing the distance to Lord of the Jungle, cutting the gap by 2.6 seconds. Katishuk and YTB Jet 4 are gaining on Nightcrawler CK, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Cats DV and DSC Fire Tiger 901 have moved up 1 position to 9th place. Electric Mary and TTV D Glester Hardunky Chud also advanced 1 spot into 11th place. Hugger 3 is rapidly catching up to Paul Jones, now just over a second behind. Green Amber Red Yellow and TTV Canna 88 have moved up 1 position, now sitting in 9th place. Duff Dad, DSK the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, and TTV Playboy Fenty are closing the gap to Lord of the Jungle, cutting it down by 1.2 seconds. Katsishuk and UTB Jet 4 are gaining on Nightcrawler CK, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Howgit 3 has moved up 1 position into 7th place. Electric Murray and TTV DeGluster, Hardunkichu, have also advanced 1 spot into 10th place. Lord Whiskers of Luffyberg has just advanced to the lead position. Yambo and TTV Joey are now in 2nd place, closing in on the front. Nightcrawler AA's moved into 3rd, maintaining a strong pace behind the top 2. Amingson is advancing 1 position, now in 5th place. UTB Hugert 3 has also moved up 1 spot, taking 6th place. Hood 3 is climbing to 7th place with that latest move. Paul Jones is continuing his ascent, now in 8th place. Hood 3 has gained 1 position and is now in 5th place. Eminson, Hugo 3, and Hugwood 3 are closely competing for 5th place. Electric Mary and DTV de Gloucester Hard Donkey Should have each moved up 1 position and are now in 9th place. Paul Jones is gaining on Amundsen, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. It looks like Suzanne Dreamberg, DSA Hugo, and DTV Nolga 77 are each advancing 1 position to reach the 14th spot. Kisuna Music also moves up 1 position to take 15th place. Paul Jones is making a strong push through the field now in 3rd place. Mr. Serious Guy is closing in behind him, also moving up fast into 4th. Electric Mary and TTV de Gloucester Hard on Kishud are also advancing quickly, both overtaking 4 cars to reach 5th place. The race is heating up with multiple drivers climbing positions rapidly. Duff Dad, DSK, the one and only Mr. Serious Guy, and TTV Playboy Fenty are making strong progress and have advanced 5 positions to reach 6th place. Komodo Threek, UTB Kisuna Music, and Amy are gaining momentum as well, passing 3 cars to take 7th. Meanwhile, Drinon and UTB Big Chris Morris are also pushing forward, overtaking 3 cars to move into 10th place. Suzanne Greenberg and DSK Hugo 3, along with DTV Nolga 77, are gaining on Kasishuk, closing the gap by 5.6 seconds. Jambo and TTV Joey have advanced 2 positions to reach the 7th place. Jinon and EATB Big Chris Morris moved up 1 spot to occupy the 9th position. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining on Paul Jones, cutting the distance by over a second. Gil Sakafagi and DTV Funya Shell Gaming are narrowing the gap, with Lord of the Jungle lowering their time difference significantly. The battle for the top spots is heating up now. The one and only Mr. Serious Guy is currently in 3rd place, driving the 2018 Lexus LC500. They set the fastest lap of the race with a time of 1:31.669. The race seems competitive, with them holding a solid position near the front. Herd 3 is closing the distance to Kisun Music, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Green Amber, Red Yellow, and DTV Kana, 88, have moved up one spot each to take the 16th position. The battle 15th place is tight with Green Amber, Red Yellow, TTV Kana, 88, and Amin San, all fighting closely. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining on Paul Jones, now just a short distance behind after cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Kazushuk and YTB Jet 4 are both closing quickly on Komodo 3 with a 2.4 second reduction. Amin San and Yutb Huggard 3 are also making moves towards Bobardo, trimming the gap by 1.3 seconds. Kazushuk and Yutb Jet 4 are gaining on Komodo 3 and have closed the gap by 1.6 seconds. Huggard 3 has moved up one position to 12th place. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining ground on Paul Jones, trimming the gap by 3 seconds. Duff Dad and DSK are both closing in on Lord Whiskas of Luffyberg, each reducing the distance by over 2 seconds. Hercule has moved up one position into 11th place. The modern streetcars with diverse model years are balanced well on this track. Cars like the Lexus LC500 are showing strong pace, while others like the Ford Falcon FG are struggling slightly. Overall, the track favors slightly nimble and powerful cars in this class. Paul Jones is cutting into Nightcrawler SA's lead, now just 13.5 seconds behind. Komodo 3 and YTB Kisana Music are gaining ground, moving up several positions. Amy has dropped back to the 17th spot, struggling at the moment. Electromary and TTVD Gloucester are narrowing the gap to Mr. Serious Guy, both reducing the distance by 2.5 seconds. Paul Jones is now in the lead, at the front of the pack. Mr. Serious Guy is closing in behind him, now in second place. Electric Me and TTV de Gloucester Hardunkachud are both advancing smoothly, now sharing third place. The race is heating up with continuous overtakes. Renan and Yiteby Big Chris Morris are both advancing smoothly, now in 7th place. Helger 3 is gaining on Kadishuk, cutting the distance by 1.7 seconds. The dueling pair of Hugard 3 and Kazushuk are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Hugard 3 has moved up one spot to 9th place. Amin-san, UTB Hugard 3 and Barbardo are very close, fighting for 13th place. Lord of the Jungle is gaining on Komodo 3, shrinking the distance by 1.6 seconds. Jambo and TTV Joey are advancing into the top 5, moving up 1 spot each. Haga is gaining on Nightcrawler CK, the gap shrinking by 1 second. Meanwhile, Gilded Sarcophagi and TTV Funnier Shell Gaming are both closing the distance to Lord of the Jungle, cutting their gap by 2.1 seconds. Renan and YTB Piers Morris are now in 6th place, moving up 1 spot. Nightcrawler RK has also moved up 1 position to 7. Hugart 3 is in 8th, climbing 1 spot as well. Bobardo and TTVSC are now in 12th place. Aminsan and YTB Hugard 3 have also moved up to 13. The 3 racers, including Bobardo with his team and Aminsan with YTB Hugard 3, are closely contesting for the 12th position, making it an exciting battle to watch. Mr. Serious Guy is gaining on Paul Jones, cutting the gap down by 1.7 seconds. Nightcrawler Arkham moves up 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Kazashuk and YTB Jet 4 are closing in on Hugger 3, also reducing their gap by 1.7 seconds. Nightcrawler Eki is gaining on Jambo, closing the distance to just under 2 seconds. Huri has moved up 1 place to 7th. Duff Dad, DSK the one and only, Mr. Serious Guy, and TTV Playboy Fenty are all narrowing the gap to Babarda, each reducing their distance by approximately 1.7 seconds. Wow, that was quite the finish. Lord Whiskers-Offlufelberg definitely kept us on the edge of our seats until the very last moment. Wow, what a race. Congratulations to Mr. Serious Guy on your win. Well done, an impressive race. congrats to the one and only Mr. Serious Guy. You did an amazing job out there. Well-deserved victory. Hurry. Great work on getting the fastest lap. You can now claim a 2012 BMW M5 Electric Murray. Congratulations on winning the bet race. You get to claim a 2018 Lexus LC 500. Jambo, fantastic effort with the most overtakes. You're now eligible for a 2014 Ford Falcon F GD F 351. Awesome job, everyone. If I had to pick one of these cars, I would say the Ferrari F40 competition could have a good shot at winning on the Nürburgring circuit. It's lightweight, fast, and known for its incredible speed. The Porsche 911 GT2 also has a strong reputation for racing on tight circuits like Nürburgring because of its handling and power. The Lamborghini Diablo GTR is another strong contender with its raw power and aggressive design. Overall, I think the Ferrari F40 competition might just have a slight edge due to its speed and agility in racing conditions. Alright everyone, the time to pick your car is almost up. Make sure to get your choices in before it's too late so you don't miss out on the race. Get those selections in now. Welcome back, 10 coming in 704. Glad to see you back in the chat. We're about to watch some exciting AI car races, so sit back and enjoy the action. Both cars have their strengths and unique handling characteristics. The Chevrolet Camaro from 1995 is known for its power and straight-line speed, especially on longer straights. The Mazda RX-7 from 1990 is celebrated for its lightweight and agile handling, making it great on tight corners and technical sections of the track. Given Nürburgring's mix of sharp turns and straightaways, I think the Mazda RX-7 might have a slight edge in maneuverability. However, if the Camaro can maximize its horsepower on the straights, it could also pose a challenge. It's going to be an exciting race to see which car performs best under the AI's control. Who are you rooting for? Alright everyone, the race is starting now at Norrisring. The car in pole position is driven by TTV Amundsen, a 1990 Mazda RX-7 INC GTO. Let's see how it does. The race has just kicked off with Rosaurus leading the pack. Amundsen is right behind in second place, pushing hard. Spikles has started strong too, holding on to third place as they race ahead. Suzanne Greenberg is making a strong push and has overtaken 4 cars to climb into second place. Wild Reno is also gaining ground, passing 3 cars to move into 7th. John is on the move as well, overtaking 4 competitors to reach 9th position. Jambo is now in 7th place after passing 4 cars. Debo has moved up 1 spot to 5th position. Debo and Amundsen are close together, heading for 4th place. The fight for power is heating up. Amundsen is closing in on Spikeballs, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. They are battling closely for 3rd place. Awildarino and Debut are also in a tight fight for 5th position. Debo is advancing to 4th place, closing in on the top 3. Wildrino has climbed to 5th place, gaining ground steadily. John has surged 2 spots, and now holds the 6th position, continuing his push forward. Jambo and Amundsen are locked in a close fight for 7th place. Kana88 is gaining ground, moving up 2 positions to 10th. Gilded Sarcophagi advances 1 spot to 12th place. Gilded Sarcophagi and Lord Whiskus of Fluffyberg are battling closely for 11th position. Awildarino has gained 1 position, now in 4th place. Debut and Awildarino are closely contesting for 4th position. Jambo is also advancing, now in 7th place. Lord of the Jungle climbs up to 8th place. 19 Vodka 3 and Lord Whiskus of Fluffyberg are fighting closely for 12th place. Wilderino and Spikeballs are locked in a close fight for 3rd place. Gilded Sarcophagi has gained 2 positions, now in 9th. Lord Whiskus of Fluffyberg is narrowing the gap with Amundsen by 2.4 seconds. The two are now battling for 11th place, staying very close on track. Wildrino advances 1 position into 3rd place. Chakumaru climbs 2 spots, now in 12th position. 19 Vodka 3 is closing the gap on Shikamaru by 2.8 seconds. The fight for 12th place between 19 Vodka 3 and Shikamaru remains close. Awujino is current in 3rd place, driving a 1986 Porsche 996. 1L Man, their fastest lap is 55.358 seconds, showing strong pace for this stage of the race. Congratulations on your victory. Well done on winning the race. Congratulations to Bot Rosaurus for winning the race. Great job out there. And to everyone else, if you're feeling lucky, you can still claim a car. Just let me know if you're interested and I'll tell you how. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up, we're doing some stream maintenance right now. It'll only be a few minutes, and then we'll be back to watch those racing cars go head to head. Thanks for your patience.